What is up? I had a little bit of a hiccup there on these scenes there for a second, but we are back. I'm getting an echo. Anybody getting an echo? A little echo?
Just for a second, it seems to be gone.
I was gonna say I didn't hear anything.
Oh, okay. Welcome back, everybody. It is another Thursday night. You know what that means? It's Toss One Back Thursday. That's what I said. So you get that real quick. So welcome back to another Toss One Back Thursday, and we have our newest. Thirdest member of the show, Mal, back tonight. So kind of on an every other week type thing. But the other week you had to work, which is cool. I mean, anytime you get an extra hours at the brewery, I take it. So it works out well. Got new fashion, new hair, new hairstyle. What's going on?
Oh,
look different than last time.
Yeah. There was a little haircut that came along there because I was getting kind of getting a mullet vibe, and I was like, I should probably avoid the mullet if I can.
Bring it back.
Just hanging out with too many of the beer guys is what it is. Yeah, you had to get it back there. So, my camera.
I was about to say, I hope my audio is right because I was seeing your mouth wasn't matching your words. It was like watching a Japanese movie.
I was going to say the same thing. Same thing.
Oh, let me see here.
Godzilla.
Interesting. Let me try this.
Why is your camera called the cat?
I don't know what's going on right now. Can y'all hear me still?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. So let me see what is going on here with the camera. I'm trying this other Elgato camera, and it was working fine for a sec, and then it got all crazy. Let me try this. I'll try to close this off. Might be too much juice right now.
I think your camera's a cat, and it didn't feel like working this time.
Man, all kinds of stuff happening here.
That's kind of what cats do, right?
Yeah. Still not back yet, right? Let me check something else. Nope. Well, let's see. Talk amongst yourselves for a second here while I get
look, he's going for a different look, too. He tried something other than a haircut.
Yeah.
This is crazy. Let me
it wouldn't be a normal Thursday night if we didn't have technical difficulties.
There's my reading materials.
I have 2 of those books.
There you go. I'm trying to switch back to the one camera from this one here and see if it brings it back. Still not getting it there. I'm going to go back out and come back in. That's what I'm going to do. I'll be back. You guys can handle it. That's why there's 3 now, right? So you can handle it. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
And there goes the host.
Oh. How are you doing, man? How you feeling?
Right. How are you?
Doing good. How's Shannon?
She's doing good. She just got home from work literally 15 minutes ago, probably.
Aw, she must be tired.
Yeah, she's going to go jump. She went to go jump in the shower, so who knows? She might join, but she might not. Her and her brother are going out drinking tomorrow, so I doubt she'll join.
Fair enough. Well, if she doesn't, tell her that I say hi and I love her and I miss her.
Will do. Absolutely. Well, she'll be in at some point, I'm sure. Since I'm in the kitchen, so she'll be in.
I'll see her reflection in your windows there.
You're right. Yeah, exactly.
You can see me now and hear me.
There he is.
Had to flip it. I don't know why I had to flip it, but I did. Maybe because I was messing with it earlier with OBS. It did something, but
flip it and reverse it.
Computers and memory, right? Flip it and reverse it. That's what I had to do. So here we are again. Another Toss One Back Thursday. Got Jimmy in the house, cuffing stuff. Cheers, my friend. And we got Peggy in the house. Cheers.
What's up, Mama?
Mama Todd. And let's see, what are we going to talk about this week? Well, we're going to drink this week too, right? So, what are you
Can I
drinking?
just start out by saying, look at that baby face. Look at that. You're all
You do
clean.
got a baby face. You talking about, oh, me?
You.
He's like, oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I forgot.
I was going to say, what razors are you using out there now? No, it's decided to mix it up a little bit. You know, I change it up from time to time, so I'll probably bring the beer back at some point. But
You're
just
prepping
kind
for
of
summer, aren't you?
yeah, I decided to trim it down and mess with it, and it's like, you know what? Let's just clean it off for right now, and then we'll get it back rolling again. So
I'm not allowed to shave mine anymore.
yeah, right.
Damn, my mom won't let me shave it anymore. So
That's for good reason, though. So I mean,
Christ, I wish Chew would shave off that darn mustache.
no, that's like his Don King afro. He can't shave the mustache off. That's his mark.
Yeah.
Wow, I've never heard that referred to as his Don King afro, but okay.
I mean, that's yeah.
It works. I see where you're getting at.
I mean, if he trademarks a logo, the mustache has to be a part of it, right?
I would think so, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's already designed a couple T-shirts for us if we ever do merch with the mustache on it. I'm like, all right, babe.
But nobody would know because they've never seen you.
Yeah, well,
I know.
It'd have to be a hand with a mustache on it.
I was gonna say, first off, he has to get on screen so everybody.
Yeah, it's just mentioned all the time. We just talk about the mustache. So
Which maybe Chew needs a hand puppet with the mustache on it.
no.
There you go.
The mustache is bad enough. You give that man a hand puppet, and the world has ended.
Just like a sock with the mustache on there. I mean, you could have it behind you. Not a sock you wore or anything, mind you.
I hope he's not watching yet. I hope he's not hearing this.
That's optional. That's optional.
Oh, but it's great to have you back, Mal. And last week we did the first ever trivia, so that was actually pretty fun. And shout out to Emerson, who came back from behind to actually pull off a big win. That'll be something he'll receive. Can you not hear me?
Didn't there for a minute.
Yeah, we lost you for a second.
Not now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Weird. I put the applause up and it went, I don't know. It's all kind of technical stuff happening.
On your side.
I mean, we got weird weather and we got weird sound effects too right now. So weather's kind of crazy. So many places under tornado warnings and storms and freaking first ever San Bernardino blizzard alerts. Like, what's that all about? Like, what is up with that? Like, be pissed. What if you moved from North Dakota to like California to retire? Now you're dealing with snow. You'd be like, what the hell? That's not supposed to happen. I could have just stayed in North Dakota. I don't think it's snow like that. Like a foot blizzard warning. Not supposed to happen here. So weather has definitely been crazy. Let's see who else we got in the chat out there. We got RS in the house. Cheers. Good to have you as well. Yeah. Got Papa Mal and Mama Todd. So cheers. We got Chew hanging around. The Stacy is here to stay.
I think he means the stash rather than the Stacy.
I thought he was calling the Stacy.
Oh God.
Maybe he's being a stashy. Maybe does he name his beard? I mean,
I'm wondering why his autocorrect has Stacy as a regular thing. What's he up to?
Chew, you got some explaining to do.
Yeah.
Thought I was missing something. Like, but thank you very much, Sarah. Yeah, I just kind of took it down a few years, trying to get young like your son, Peggy. So literally shaved off a few years. JT's in the house. I got some beer. Don't put a question mark. I know you got some. I love the new look, Rod. Babyface, Rod. Well, thank you. So, yeah. I just kind of decided to mix it up. That's what I actually do at times. And Stacy on weekends is what your dad says. So,
Dad, are you seriously getting involved with that one?
Is he covering? Is he covering up for Chew there? Is he covering up? Yeah,
he totally would. I know he would.
So I wasn't meaning to show the other cam, but since I did show it there, so I have different cameras right now, kind of doing some reorganization on stuff. So I'm going to actually use that other camera with the books as kind of a backdrop when I do like the beer reviews. I'm going to put the beer out front. So another cam is actually focused right there, where if I sit like a beer can there, I'll actually share that when I do the videos. So kind of give you a look here.
Maybe.
See, there you go, like that there.
There
But
you
this will be a video in the video when I do some of the other stuff. So yeah, so that might be why it was kind of screwy at first, because I was messing around. You can see all these different cameras that are linked in here all have different angles and different looks to them. So
Sure,
just a
blame the
little
cameras.
crazy,
It's fine.
you know.
Mo cameras.
Yeah, you get time on your hand, you start editing stuff. And now I'm froze, I think. Oh, well, I'm out of it. I'm going max headroom, but I think I'm back from being max headroom. But putting that one there, that kind of gives you a look at the first beer I'm going to actually crack open tonight. Don't know if many of you have seen us out there yet, but this is the Hopped Zwicky, or Hopped Zwickle, I should say, from Deschutes and Bitburger. So I've had Bitburger before, but I've not had Bitburger teamed up with Deschutes on this one. So I'm going to see what happens there. Now, what are you laughing at, Mal?
I feel like you should be having an Asahi or, you know, a Japanese beer or something, because your mouth
sound is totally off again.
It's off again? Oh, it is off again. All right. I may have to switch cams here. I don't know why it's causing so much of a ruckus. I clearly see it's a ruckus right there.
It's okay. I'm very entertained, so I'm good.
I wonder if the words can catch up if I slow it down. So
there you go. Yeah. Do you understand
the words? Talk slower and see what happens.
Yeah. Well, this will be the first Saturday Kung Fu beer show. So there we go. Yeah.
We gotta have the sound effects, you know, it's gonna be awesome.
You know, you try to import technology, and this ends up happening. So JT's actually drinking a Robert the Bruce by Three Floyds. So that's a good beer.
Robert the Bruce.
Yeah. So let me switch cans. I am here, but I'm going to switch cams for a second, and I'll let you guys go ahead and talk. And Mal, Todd, you can talk about what you're drinking, and then I'll get back to the one I'm drinking here.
I'm like tearing up over here from laughing. Oh, look, it's just now you laugh.
Oh, hey. Oh, hey.
I love it.
This is the first time he's ever done anything like this tonight, so you know, gotta bear with him just a little bit. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Mal. You can tell what you're drinking.
Oh, okay. I am having. I can't. If I can get it to clear up. Course correction. I can't get it clear enough. There we go. Course correction. This is a coffee Belgian blonde.
Oh, nice.
From Ravinia Brewing Company. So hazy blonde with a Starbucks latte aftertaste, and it's phenomenal.
Kind of looks. Is that pinkish color, or is that just the color of the room?
No, I think it's just the lighting in here. But okay. Yeah, it's straight up golden, but hazy. So.
Gotcha. I am drinking one. Well, Rod would know this brewery well. It was in his backyard when he lived in Cincinnati. This is from the Listerman Brewing Company. It's Imperial Operation Flintlock Blackberry Cobbler, barrel-aged Imperial Pastry Stout.
Well, that sounds amazing.
12%. So my brother's a big bowler. He just got back into bowling again within the last year or so. And he went to Cincinnati a couple weeks ago to bowl in a tournament. And it just happened to be the same day that Listerman was coming out with like 3 variations of this beer. So I was like, hey, you're in Cincinnati, right? I was like, and I sent him a picture. He's like, what are you trying to ask me to stop and get some? I was like, well, sure. Because he used to live in Cincinnati, so he used to go there all the time and bring back beers for me all the time. I was like, yeah, if you're in the neck of the woods. He was literally like less than a mile from the place. So he was like, oh, yeah. So he stopped and grabbed a couple of them, or a bottle of each for me. So,
well, that's awesome.
Yeah. I can't remember what the other two are. They're basically all the same, but a different variation of it. So I've never had it, so I can tell you what tastes like.
Oh, showing the pour. There we go.
All right, let's see if we switch it to this camera, if it does anything.
Aw, your mouth is lined up with the words now. I'm unhappy. That's a pretty color on that.
Kind of a little mocha
Yeah.
colored head to it. It's nice looking.
You said that was Listerman?
All right, yeah. Hang on, I'm gonna let my dog out. I'll be right back. Yeah, it is, bro. I don't know if you heard me or not. I was telling Mal. My brother went back to Cincinnati last 2 weekends ago to bowl in a tournament. It happened to be the same day that Listerman came out with 3 variations of this beer.
Right.
Hey, if you're in the area, which he was only like a mile away from her, so I think maybe
Yeah.
picked it up for me.
I mean, if he wasn't in the area, he probably got anyway because if he wasn't there, he went to get anyway because he's a good brother, right? So
yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Peggy raised y'all right, so yeah. And what was yours, Mallory? You say you were having?
Course correction from Ravinia Brewing Company. It's a coffee Belgian blonde.
Oh, okay. Very nice. Well, this one is kind of interesting. So I ended up picking this up at one of the stores, and it was a 4-pack of this one with the Shoots teaming up with Bitburger. With Bitburger, I've done a review years ago on the channel of their Pilsner, which is actually they say number 1 selling beer in Germany, but it's kind of hard to believe, but it is what it is. But they teamed up with this one, and it's unfiltered, and the artwork on it, you can see kind of the light there with the brewers and all that kind of stuff there. But it's not a heavy, nice. It's not a heavy ABV beer. The Shoes always does good stuff out of Oregon as well. This one, 16.9 ounce can, and I want to say, I know I saw the ABV before, but I think it's around 4.5 or maybe 5. It's definitely 4.9. Definitely lower than I usually drink, but I'll correct that later on. So we all got to start somewhere. So I believe, if I'm correct, and Mal, you know offhand, I didn't look it up, but I believe Zwickel beer is actually a lager.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, so
sounds right.
Starting out on the lager side of things here. And I'm using a Nonic pint. So this one, wow, pretty aggressive coming out of the can. I mean, that is, shall I say,
I feel like
all head. I mean, I don't know how else. I don't know how else you can. I don't know if you can put that like. Yeah. So make jokes and send the comments or that, but it'll settle. It'll definitely settle. But
this is in honor of my father, but you nailed that one on the head. Dad, I put in the dad joke for you. I hope you're happy.
There you go.
Well, I didn't want to screw that one up, so yeah. So I'm going to let that settle there, but it comes out with a pretty much like sunset type orange color to the beer. So when you look at it here, the light might be too dark on this camera here, but it's definitely got more of a cloudiness, a little bit of a chill haze, but I'm not expected to come out that heady. But you're getting bread.
That's what she said.
Sorry. Some things just blow up. I mean, but you get like kind of a bread. You get like a little bit of a toast feel. Definitely getting the grains coming out. So I think I've had Swickel before. Not this one, but the style. But it's been a while. But definitely has that lager type feel. We got Emerson in the house. Cheers, Emerson. Big winner, big dog. What's happening? Great to have you, brother. And JT said, y'all giving me a headache. Waka, waka, waka. So. Yeah. Kind of grassy, though. Grainy, earthy. Definitely light. Not really thin because it's flavorful, but it's got definitely a nice lighter type feel to it. Easy one to drink on a warm day for sure.
I will say for this one being 12%, would never know it.
And that's always a dangerous thing.
If you were just to hand it to me, I would say maybe 7-8% at the most, probably.
Yeah.
Like, there's no burn. There's nothing like yeah. Definitely would be dangerous for sure.
Yeah, mine's a 5.5, so not too much to worry about just yet.
Not yet.
Give me time. Give me time.
So you're not starting too much off from where I'm at actually here.
No, because
so.
I picked out my own beer to start instead of chew picking. So.
Oh well, yeah.
When he chooses, he hands me the highest ones he can find in the fridge and hopes for the best.
So choose a Bill Cosby fan, is what you're saying. Oh, Bill Cosby got that for the pudding pop. He said he gets the highest and trying to whisper the best, hope for the best. So I mean,
I think he's more hoping I'll embarrass myself on camera more than anything else. So.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing with this camera is like the light isn't as great behind it for whatever coming through versus some of the other ones, but
looks fine.
It works enough.
It looks fine.
The words are matching up, so we'll go with it there. But yeah. But what else I got? Oh, so for those of you, since I've kind of already hinted to her to let her know, and since JT is up there, who I've met JT before, it looks like I will actually be coming up to Chicago for work in June. I have to see how much time I can get away from coming up for a conference, and I think it's the 20th through the 24th, I believe. So we're at the conference. You know where the Swiss Hotel down off the river down there or whatever. So it's like overlooks the river. Maybe it'll be green when I'm up. No, it'll be June, so it'll be green. It'll be out of it by then. But yeah, so I know it's off. Man, we keep sticking with the head stuff. I know it's off of Whacker. So, and for those of you watching, Whacker Drive is a street in Chicago, so it has nothing to do with the whole head. But I know it can be slang for it. So, it's a cool spot. So we'll see. But you're there, JT's there, obviously. Maybe get like Chalanda's there, Afro Beer Chick, Beer in Front, Dave. So yeah. I don't know if it's something. I just once I get everything down, let everybody know. Maybe get together or something. I think that Tuesday night, I think I might be freed up because I think we start Wednesday morning. I got to see what time the flights and stuff as I get in. But yeah, but I'm looking forward to hopefully catching up with some of you on in town.
Well, you don't have to break away from the conference. We'll just crash it. It'll be fun.
We'll
drink a couple kegs and we'll have a blast.
Well, in my industry, there's always alcohol around for sure. And
well, there we go.
There's never no limit of bars. So it's like,
bring a party to you.
We go to meetings and we drink. That's pretty much it. Meetings by day, drinking by night.
Well, if they need to as we say in the sponsor, I can talk to my bosses. So
that would actually not be bad,
Yeah, we got Ravinia right down on Diversey, not too far from where you're going to be at. So
yeah, well, it'd be nice if you got to sneak away with the group to maybe go out or something to one. I think they got like a few things. I know Thursday night's like a awards night and dinner stuff, and I think Friday they got an event, and then Tuesday and Wednesday they got stuff. I don't know what they're all planning to do with it and everything. So it's the first time I've actually been to the event I'm going to, but yeah. We'll see what happens for sure, and I'll keep you guys posted. So that'll be something awesome, and then have the camera so we can get some video and stuff up there too.
If nothing else, we'll just kidnap you. It'll be fine.
That'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, I'll blame it on the new mayor because you guys will get a new mayor upcoming here. It looks like so.
Yeah, that's what I
heard she had a little bit of a backlash, upset that she didn't win or whatever, but
Well, I don't technically live in Chicago, so I don't have much of a say in that. But there's a lot of talk about it right now.
Yeah. They told Lori Lightfoot to get on the good foot. You're out. So
she unmade friends with the wrong people, I think. So
yeah. I say not to get on the political type thing. She definitely had a thing where I saw with some of the conferences she would have, and the way she responded back to just what should be basic questions was kind of like a chip on the shoulder. Like, I can't believe you'd ask me that type thing. Yeah, that's not going to get you far.
She was a bit confrontational. That is true. And she also upset the Chicago Teachers Union, which is not something you ever want to do.
No.
Don't upset the Teachers Union because they actually hold an awful lot of sway. So
yeah.
It's kind of interesting. So
Yeah, but they got some good candidates. It looks like that'll be taking over
Yeah.
from what I've seen. So you need new blood from time to time. So
Agreed.
yeah. So, but JT said, when is it? So I think it's going to be June 20th to the 24th there, JT. But once we get a little bit closer for sure, I'll let you know. JT was in, I guess, Lightfoot's district and stuff, being in Chicago. So him and Dave, of course, and Chalonda. So interesting. Lied a bit too much, just a bit. You know, you got your lies, you get your politician lies, but you were kind of overstepping the politician lies.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, it is what it is. Hashtag rock and roll. JV in the house. Cheers, JV. And hopefully you guys are staying safe, because I saw Arkansas was one of those weird states right now that keeps getting weird weather. Like every time you turn around, it's like some type of alert, some type of warning, something happening. So hopefully all is going there.
We're supposed to get some pretty bad stuff tomorrow.
Yeah, I saw stuff coming up through you to where Cincinnati and everything was. So the old stomping grounds. Which here in Baltimore is weird. All we've had is one day it was kind of snow flurries, and that's it. It didn't even stick or anything like that. It was just like, oh, look, it's like a little bit of snow. And then it was gone.
No, it's been a very mild winter for Chicago, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, we had 2 snowstorms maybe, and each time no more than 5 inches. So it was never we did have an ice storm.
Yeah.
Knocked out power in a couple spots, but it was gone by the next day. So I don't know. It's been really, really mild. So thank goodness for that. I'll take it.
It's almost like everywhere where you expected to get a lot of stuff, you didn't, but places you never would expect to get it got killed and stuff.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
And I just saw California, half of California got so much rain and snow now that half of the state is now out of drought. Remember, the last few years, they were always in drought out there. Half the state's now out because they got so much in. So,
jeez.
Let's see here. JV says, I am asking chat GBT why Todd still have curtains.
I see them. I see the reflection. I can see reflection of those curtains off to his shoulder there.
Look, JV, they're right above me.
Chew like that one. Chew, don't encourage.
We keep trying to hide them so nobody makes jokes about them anymore, but we totally will keep making jokes about them.
It's part of the show now. Yeah. Even if they wanted to put up curves, they'd be like, we can't because people don't expect it. So
one day he's going to pop on this and those curtains are going to be bright orange, and then the next day they'll be purple, and he's going to start messing with our minds and stuff.
Changing it, yep.
Right.
Mm-hmm. He's going to put up a shower curtain at one point and just,
Todd is too cool for such nonsense.
He's going to do a green screen.
Thanks, JV. Thanks.
A green screen have running water behind him or something. Waterfall.
Right. Waterfall back there. Yeah. It'll be a little crick. Not creek, but crick.
That is pronounced correctly. Yes.
We did a music debate last night, and I thought JT, all the rock songs, somehow Nothing Else Matters from Metallica came out on top. Really? Yeah, so JV, they do different things. So they do some brackets on Wednesday nights sometimes. They did a rock and roll with it, which I saw you had some great people on there. I didn't get a chance to tune in last night, but if y'all haven't checked out JV's channel, make sure to check him out as well. But sooner or later, I'm going to join one of those with JV. I just haven't yet. So can't be next week, because next week I got the gaming channel show. But and then Trez is in the house. Cheers, Trez. What is up, homie?
Trez.
Great to see you, my friend. And so speaking of next week, next Thursday, I'm probably doing, I think, Mal, you probably have to work or whatever, but next Thursday will be not actually a Toss One Back Thursday. In essence, it'll actually be next Thursday is my birthday. So it'll be my birthday.
Happy birthday.
And thank you. And it'll be the 8-year anniversary of the YouTube channel. So it'll be a birthday anniversary show. And so if people might want to jump up, we may have people join, we may do some different things, but kind of just a kick back and a reflection over the last 8 years and different things, and maybe some of the things seen and from before, the changes that YouTube has went through, some of the names from the past that aren't here anymore, some of the new names. I don't know. We'll get into stuff and just kind of talk about different things over the last 8 years. Yeah.
I hear a chew coming.
I hear a chew coming. I hear a chew coming. Coming around
What?
the bend.
Of course you can. He wanted permission to drink an imperial chocolate milk stout.
He needed permission for that? What do you got him in
Why?
the basement? It puts the
He-
stout in the basket.
I think he couldn't remember if I had filmed it or not. It's been filmed. You're good. We had a 4-pack of that one. You're safe.
Yeah. He's like, can I have a chocolate stout?
But your birthday's on the 9th, right?
It is the 9th. The
I feel like
9th.
we've talked about this before, but I'm the 8th.
Of March 8th?
You know, we're Pisces buddies.
That's right. Oh my goodness. You know what? At Shalonda, Afro Beer Chick, I think she's like the 10th or 11th.
Mm-hmm.
We should do like a 3-show one. All the,
I know.
the Pisces beer drinkers, the Pisces beer crew. Yeah.
I think that sounds
There you go.
I can't think of a different way to say that. Pisces porters, Pisces. Nah, I got nothing.
Maybe that's why we like liquid so much.
That explains it entirely.
Yeah, right?
That's the only reason.
Oh, let me see here. Well, thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. JV's the hashtag RodJRocks.
Yeah.
All the California rain, watch out the cardboard cities out there. Yeah, I guess that didn't hold up too well with all the rain coming out. Speaking of cardboard cities, I know like Beer Man said, because he's out in Oregon, I think he was out of power until maybe 7 o'clock his time out there, which would be like
Wow.
43 more minutes and stuff. But
Jeez.
they have weather outages and stuff that cause issues out there where he's at, which is crazy. Oh, let me see. I wanted rock and roll taste, JV, so I probably would have disagreed with Queen. Or even the whole Queen. They had the thing where Queen or the Beatles. And I know Blake got all mad because everybody picked Queen over the Beatles, but you know, it's all about taste.
Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't we have that debate about a month or so ago?
Yeah.
I think it was off the show, though. I think it was off the show.
When I was young, I used to like the Beatles type stuff, and I still like the Beatles type stuff. I don't know, but if I had to listen in a room for 24 hours straight, which one I prefer, probably be Queen over Beatles. I'd probably have to go with Queen in the padded room there. So yeah.
That's what I'd say.
D'Angelo in the house. Up, Rod Tiles going on this Thursday night. What is happening, my friend? We just getting started, drinking some beers. So nothing happened as of yet. Just kind of talking about some of the stuff taking place. But yeah, so next week could be a fun type thing. And if I get a chance, I might come up with a new trivia game for that and maybe give away something else there. But it might be something about the channel. It might be like a Rod J anniversary type trivia thing where all the questions will tie back. So yeah, I don't know if you saw it last week, Mal, but I did the trivia thing that Emerson ended up winning, but Emerson and JT was in it. Todd was trying his best to try to get it too. And the way that's some pretty good. We had some pretty good questions in there. It made some people scratch their head a little bit. So yeah, it was fun. Now it was fun.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, Mallory, did you dog proof your house?
I told Chew to do it.
You got a dog? Did you get a dog?
No, my dad's coming to visit this weekend because there's a beer fest we're going to, and he has a 8-month-old puppy who tears apart everything.
Mm.
And I told Chew, hey, we have to puppy proof the house. Can you take care of that while I'm at work? So, Dad, go ahead and bring the puppy. We'll see how it goes. It's his stuff on the floor. I don't know.
Yeah.
We're doing a beer fest.
Yeah.
Chew, puppy proofing does not mean put the dog in the closet for the weekend, too.
That's what he said. He said he was going to lock it in the bathroom.
That's not that's cruel punishment there for that puppy.
I agree. But her name is Lucifer. Her name's Lucy, but she's Lucifer. Dad also refers to her as Taz because she tears apart the world. She is an American Eskimo, which if anyone's familiar with a Samoyed, it's like that, but tiny. But she's a little monster and she's just insane. So yeah, she's going to be over here for a couple days and it's going to be super fun. But there's a beer fest on Saturday at the Museum of Science and Industry. 68 breweries, a bunch of food places, everything all coming together in the 3 floors of the museum. We're on Liquid Love. I'm representing Liquid Love there. We're going to be on the 3rd floor, just so you know. But yeah, Chu and my father are going to be helping at the table because we have to carry 13 cases of beer to the third floor. So me by
A little bit of a
myself, that would
workout.
be a little problematic.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're going to have a lot of fun that day. And anyone in Chicagoland area who isn't going already, you must, because this thing is going to be amazing. I can't wait.
Nice.
No, we're going. We're doing a beer fest Saturday as well.
Oh, fun. Which one?
Tailspin. It's their Tailspin Ale Fest, I think is what they actually call it. Their 10th anniversary one that they're doing.
Tailspin, does it have to do with like airplanes or something? Or
It's actually at an airport hangar.
Oh, that's cool.
Up until about, let's see, 3 years ago, I guess it was, they actually held it in the hangar. And then somebody, I don't know, got pissed off or something and told them they were violating code. Had too many people in there. So now the fire marshal got involved, and so now they have to have it outside.
All right. Well,
But it's still held at the airport.
well, that's funny because you're supposed to have like crazy weather on Friday, so hopefully it's all good for Saturday.
Yeah, it's supposed to be, actually, according to the forecast, it's supposed to be sunny and 56 or 7 now. So.
Oh, that's not bad.
So the weather's supposed to come through and be gone tomorrow afternoon sometime.
Yeah, you won't even need a jacket. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Hope not.
Yeah, compared to a few years back where you said it was pretty damn cold, you guys should be in good shape.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Looking forward to it. It's always a fun one.
Every time you say fire marshal for that, it always takes me back to the Ludacris song. Stand up. It's oh yeah, the fire marshal want to shut us down. Stand up.
See, I go back to Fire Marshal Bill. Let me show you something.
That's what I thought you were saying.
I went straight to Fire Marshal Bill. I was all over
You
the
could,
Jim Carrey
except
reference.
the Ludacris song is about the fire marshal shutting them down. That's what makes you go back to that. But if it wasn't for that, the fire marshal want to shut them down, I could go into Fire Marshal Bill. Great show and Living Color. Yeah.
Oh yeah. That show was amazing.
I wonder if people be offended by some of their stuff nowadays.
I wanted to be a fly girl so bad. Like I was like 6 years old and I'm like, oh my gosh, I want to be a fly girl. I had already made up my mind. Then I realized I wasn't that good at dancing and it wasn't going to happen. So, you know.
Well, the two most famous fly girls, Jennifer Lopez and Rosie Perez. Then, like, is anybody else that was famous that was a fly girl? I mean, because they had like 6 or 7 of them, I think. But I think those two were really the ones that kind of came out.
Well, I mean, they all went on to have careers I mean, most of them went on to have careers in dance, but those two are the ones who actually like did something big with it.
Sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Some funny show. Speaking of old shows and things that may cause controversies, I gotta see. I think we have Hulu, but I don't ever watch it. But History of the World Part 2.
I want to see that so
it's
bad.
Out. I think is it next week? I think it's out. So
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, to see what they got like a ton of people in that. So that's going to be kind of interesting. So
well, that's because everyone's pulling out their own teeth to work with Mel Brooks. I mean, come on, he's like royalty.
He's in the commercial. Like they gave me a check, so I went ahead and finished it. You know, like it's just like let's see how people get upset by it. So it'll be interesting to see. But I've been watching. It's funny. Todd has been watching like The Last of Us, and Todd, you've been watching it too. And Matt,
I haven't seen last Sunday's episode yet. Or
you seen last Sunday? Okay. Well, it was Sunday last one. The one before was like the Friday if you wanted to watch on HBO Max because of the Super Bowl.
Oh, okay. That's why it came out Friday. I was like, I guess it comes out. We always thought it was Sundays, so I guess it is Sundays. Then.
Yeah, it is Sunday there and everything. And
but we haven't watched this past one yet. So
yeah, it's interesting. It's the last one was good, but it's funny because like they're getting review bombed and stuff because people were like the whole, which most people don't understand really the definition of woke anyway, but they're all like having these things they're saying about it because of what happens on it. It's just like, this is why I like working from home, not being around people anymore. People themselves are just like the worst people are just like, you just look at them and shake your head and just want to walk by, not even say anything to them. Like some of the stuff that people think and say now, it's just like, it's crazy. It's just crazy. I mean, I don't know how else to put into words. It's just like, people are worse things. Like nothing on this earth is as bad as other people. It's kind of like, yeah, you can go in the ocean and get bit by a shark, or you can go in the jungle and get bit by one, but they're just animals doing what they're supposed to do. Like people deliberately are just stupid on so many different aspects. They could just kill you. It's just like, don't want to be around people as much anymore, I think, for the most part, when they're like, when you see them do stupid stuff like they're doing right now. And it's just like, do you even think about like what you're even saying on things anymore? Like, I don't know. That's just my commentary on people right now. I don't know if you guys got anything you want to add to that, but people just right now are sucking.
You know,
in general,
I don't necessarily think it's just now. I think it was always that way. I just think we hear about it more now. I think we're exposed to more of it, and we can hear about that jerk that was in whatever state when we would never have known about that guy in that other state before. So I think it's just we get to hear about it more.
Yeah.
I think if people were jerks for, I mean, you look back way back in history, they were jerks a long time ago too.
There definitely were. Yeah.
You know, it's I don't think it's changed much. We just get to live it nonstop on Facebook and Instagram and all the other things now.
Right. Yeah.
And Twitter and, you know.
More
But the funny thing right now is the whole TikTok thing. Because like they're talking like if you're a federal worker, they're about to cut off your TikTok. Like you can't have it on any of your personal or stuff or company devices. And they're looking to pass it where it might even get cut off, or I don't think it would get to that point because I think it's going to be a huge issue. But they're trying to look at how they can limit it even just for your average American out there. Which would be like, okay, so now you're going to censor what people can actually have access to and not let them make their own decision about it. But then I see some of the stuff happening in the news and I'm like, yeah, I guess it could happen because I see them censoring other stuff right now. That's kind of crazy. So I'm going to pour myself into a vat of beer.
It's a really fine line to walk, though. I mean, they'll censor hate speech, which I am for. Yes, censor hate speech. But where do you draw the line on what's hate speech and what's not? And then who's actually in charge of making that decision? And it's like everyone's just in turmoil because nobody can really make a decision and have everyone agree with it. So
yeah, I was gonna say it brings up a whole lot more other issues.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because I don't know if it was Ricky Gervais who said it or one of the other comedians. They were talking about like some of the comedians and some of the stuff they're making for jokes that are getting attacked. It's like, whether it's with Chappelle or Bill Burr or whoever some of these other ones are. And he's just like, if you look at any joke pretty much is making fun of something or somebody. Like at the core of it is always like any comic joke is always somebody being, made that butt of the joke. So at anything you say, somebody could be offended. So how do you go out there trying to stop stuff? And who's going to be the one to be the police to actually rule who can say what or do what? I mean, there's certain criteria I think they all kind of do. Like there's like, you don't make jokes about like baby killing or something like that. You know what I mean? There's like certain guidelines that are kind of unwritten rules you don't joke about, but.
And yet one of my favorite comedians had jokes about baby killing.
It can happen. So it can happen. Yeah.
Yeah, it does happen. Well, that was a long time ago, but still.
Yeah.
It exists. It's on the internet.
Which I think it gets to a point then is maybe it's just, I feel like people maybe aren't as critical thinkers as we used to be. So maybe it's the logic in there and people there's starting to be a gray area that's causing like a break for people to know a joke from reality. Like, we are losing that portion where I'm a big fan of sarcasm. And I feel like some people just don't understand sarcasm anymore. And they just think it's a straight thing. And it's just like, no, it doesn't work that way. But
which can actually make sarcasm even more fun sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
When they really don't get it and you just lay into it, that can be really, really fun for you and all the other people around.
Right. Yeah. You say something, it's like, for real? Like, they're like, no, it's not even close to that. It's just, yeah. So I don't know. Not to switch it up from us talking and having fun drinking beer. We are drinking beer, but we have these discussions on here.
Oh,
get the comments from the people here as well as we go through. But one of the coolest person I met on YouTube is Rod J. Hope you're doing well. Well, thanks, JV. You as well, my friend. I mean, you're the king of the hair. I mean, nobody's had hair like that since Elvis, right? So you're rocking it out, dog. Well, You know, or Jimmy Johnson. Him and Jimmy Johnson.
Him and Jim Johnson.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
there you go.
They don't fear wind. They got the hair locked down. Yeah, it's like I wish wind would. I hear you. I like Queen, but I still think the Beatles are better. Is what JV says. Ecstasy is better than them all. I don't know. I've never done that, so I can't say. I hear JT. Everyone likes different music for sure. Whoop whoop.
I'm so glad you read that out loud.
JV said Todd. Tell Shannon we said hi.
Will do, JV.
Dog with the first name Lucy and last name Fur. LOL. There you go. There's a combination. Hanger over.
Actually, just for kicks, I'm not going to be able to get it to focus, but that's the little girl right there. If
There you go.
Yeah.
I can find a spot. She's asleep there.
Almost like a little bit of a wolf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind
So
of coyote.
That's the little monster right there. At that point, she was about 8 pounds. She's up to about, 15 now, Dad, I think?
Well, little terror.
Oh, yeah.
How old would you say? 8 months?
Just about.
Okay.
How big will she get?
Just over knee high. So 25 pounds tops.
Okay.
If she's overweight, she's 25 pounds.
Oh, wow.
She probably won't get to that size, I hope. If Dad stops dropping food in the kitchen, she follows him around. She knows where she can get the extra food.
Yeah. Dogs will keep eating until you have to make sure you stop them. They're like cats. Cats will realize, okay, I'm full and I'll walk away. But
oh yeah,
dogs will stick with it. Whoever say you couldn't do a living color now, I don't know. I mean, in all honesty, there might be stuff you get. I mean, I think it's stuff Saturday Night Live does, and they get away with stuff too. So you probably could do it, but I think you'd have a lot more people probably complaining or calling in. Or now that they have social media, people will say stuff online.
Yeah,
was it in Living Color where The Simpsons started too?
No, that was Tracy Ullman.
Tracy Ullman, thank you. I was blanking there.
Which her show too would have been probably questionable for people.
Well, Carol Burnett had a few things that were a little dicey as well.
Yeah. Mad TV.
We go back to those old shows for sure.
Lucille Ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Archie Bunker for one.
Yeah, it was yeah, you're right.
I mean,
you're right. All
even Golden Girls had some stuff that was a little shaky.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, Chu and I love that show.
Golden Girls, yeah.
Oh yeah,
it's a classic.
It is.
Gilbert, cancellations are coming hard for history of the world. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how people react to it. I don't know. I feel like it'll have its spot out there, so it'll be interesting to see who might feel offended by it.
But knowing Mel Brooks, the first 4 minutes is going to be so ridiculously offensive that the rest of the movie will be okay.
Yeah, probably right. Yes,
because he's gonna hit hard. He's gonna hit real hard. I mean, this is Blazing Saddles, man. Like, he ain't messing around.
Just get it all. I feel like George Carlin should be here for, obviously George Carlin can't because he's dead now, but if he was here, it'd be like something he'd be a part of there too.
Well, I mean, this is the man who wrote the song Springtime for Hitler in Germany. I mean, like, whole new levels, right? Or no, he didn't. Did he write it? He did write that.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what Mel Brooks did. Mel Brooks was, again, making fun of some of the things in society through the stuff that he was doing on the movie screen. So
exactly,
he was pretty much holding the mirror up at how stupid some of the things were. He's a talent.
Oh,
I think he's like 97 or 98 now. So
I think 94.
Yeah. So he's hanging in there. All in the Family. Oh, Archie Bunker. I love that show growing up. Yeah, I mean,
my dad loved that show too.
All in the Family, and then from there you had the Jeffersons. We had All in the Family, Jeffersons, but you also had Maude.
Oh yeah.
And then from Maude you had Good Times.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So all those ones were kind of tying together and stuff, which that stuff that comes out now, like, years ago, you thought Norman Lear created all these different things, which, he was the one behind a lot of them. But then you find out stories now where basically he was ripping off a few people to come up with stuff, apparently that people weren't getting credited or putting the stuff together. And it's just like, it goes to that whole power thing, I guess, of Hollywood, right? It's kind of like those who hold the power hold the reins, and they pretty much write the story type thing. So it's kind of interesting hearing some of the stuff come out now, but take nothing away from it. The shows were all fantastic to actually sit back and enjoy.
Yeah.
Was it like 102 or something like that?
Who?
Norman Lear. 101,
Yeah.
102.
I don't know if I don't know. Did he clear 100 already?
I think so.
He might be. Yeah.
A year or so ago, they had like the night special or whatever, where they had like Jamie Foxx and something like they did like.
Oh, when they did the new Jeffersons, yeah.
Yeah,
I think he was 98 or something then when they did that. So yeah,
and then they
close
came
on
back out with,
99.
like, the Facts of Life and
Facts of Life, the Facts of Life, yeah.
What's the one? What you talking about, Willis?
Sing the song, Jay. I see you. Sing it. You thought about it.
No, I'm not singing the Facts of Life.
He was wanting to.
But I did watch it as a younger boy growing up, and Tootie, Blair, Joe. Yeah. But then it was like,
even like the Flintstones. There's stuff. They're on HBO or something, like streaming, and I just started watching some of those old ones. I'm like, holy crap! They were saying some stuff that doesn't pass anymore.
Well, see, the funny thing about the Flintstones.
Funny.
The funny thing about the Flintstones is, and some people may not know that, but the Flintstones was actually, when it came out, a prime time show.
Oh yeah, it was made for adults.
Yeah, it was made for adults, and it was based off the Honeymooners, pretty much. So it was like an 8 o'clock show.
I'll knock you to the moon, Alice, all the time to his wife.
Yeah. Just going to domestic abuse, just going to have it out there, right, as a part of the show.
Yeah.
So he is 100 years old.
100. Okay.
Born in July 27th, 1922. So he'll be 101 this year.
Wow. It's a good long life. Yeah. Yeah, last I saw when he did like the Jefferson thing, the new one, like you were saying, like on stage, he doesn't probably look like he was more than 80 something. And he did look like, what I envisioned to look at, I always said I don't want to be that old, because I feel like I'm going to be that guy that's going, like, walking like this. Like, it'll take me forever to get across, like the old guy on King of the Hill. Yeah, so he's just like, just takes forever to walk anywhere. It's like, no, I don't want to be that guy. But you could be vibrant and do it. Now, some scientists say they project that the first people have been born now lived 150, which would be crazy.
Wow.
Just think if you lived at 150, obviously it'd be so little people doing it. All your friends would be gone. It'd be like,
yeah,
you'd be by yourself.
Yeah.
That'd be crazy.
Thanks for bringing it down, man.
150.
Live that long though.
Well, it used to be, because it used to be like Today's Show, for those that remember, Will Scott was doing it. He'd always like, there'd be one or two people, June, blah, 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 to Florida, happy 100th or one of, and it'd be a few people a week or whatever, right? And then at the point, he was doing like 10 or 15 a day, it seemed, on there. Like people, you could see the trend line.
And it was like Smuckers, right? It was Smuckers jellies.
Look at you with the
like,
Smuckers,
yeah. I loved Willard Scott. I thought he was great.
Yeah. But now you have more people that are actually living longer, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, 150, man.
Well, I look at my life so far from where I started to now and how jaded and cranky I get. And I think, my God, if I go another 40 years, I'm going to be a monster. I'm going to be an atrocious human being to be close to. I don't think it's good for me to go that far.
Or anybody else, right?
I know. It's going to be awful.
Oh man, so
JT.
Trying to be greasing the world for work for all the people. Yeah.
Yes, the traffic and the crazy. Yes.
Well, it's just Chicago's a great city. I've always had fun going to Chicago. It is. like having the amount of people doesn't bother me. It's just the IQ level has dropped, I think, across the board and different things that you see. Now, you always have to be careful because if you're watching stuff on TV, or they're always going to put the people out there that are like not the smartest people most of the time. Like it's going to be a game that's being played, so it's not going to make up the whole of what we are as a people or as a society and stuff. But then you have these offbeat conversations like with people that you thought were like sane or something, and sometimes it's like how do you even get to that point? Like where did that even come from? Like you fell to a whole different level I don't even know about, and I got to start wondering if you got a tinfoil hat in your closet. It's just like,
well, Mel Brooks focuses on this one too. It's mob mentality. A city is a mob in essence. You have all these people together, and as a mob gathers, the IQ drops. It's just how it is.
Yeah, well,
and I'm right here in it. I ain't saying I'm doing great. I'm aware.
Well, I think there's a social aspect that people like to connect to others, and it makes that group think, right? So I know what you're saying there, the whole group think.
Yeah.
But at the same point, like the wrong group will lead you over the cliff. You got to be careful with groups you're hanging out with.
Very true.
I would say lemmings, but it has been proven that lemmings do not follow each other off a cliff.
Yeah. Lemmings, whoa, hold up. Yeah.
Lemmings do not do that anymore. They never did.
Yeah.
Old wives' tale.
They got a bad rap on that one.
Yeah.
Or sheep.
There we go. Sheeple.
Tuesday tea. Trez. Team. See what comments you got. People haven't changed. There are just more cameras.
See? Yeah.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. Like at least when I was younger, and I don't know if it was the same when you guys were younger. Todd's a little bit younger than me. I think you're a little younger than Todd. But like when we went to school, I remember us learning the Constitution. I remember us having to know that. I remember us having to do like the Declaration of Independence. I remember us doing other type of things that it might have been the benefit of us growing up as Gen X, where we had like Schoolhouse Rock, right? Like we had different stuff like that. And
tell me you can still sing the We the People. Yeah? You got it?
I'm not going to, but yeah, you don't forget.
You still got it? I got it too. I'm right there with you.
But then as stuff got cut, like through different programs and stuff, and in the 80s, they cut so it started dumbing down. Like kids today, like PE is optional. Like who does not want PE? Like I used to love to get to PE class and get to play, a sport or whatever, have fun for 45 minutes or an hour or whatever time your class was. And now kids are opting out of it and just laying there. And then people wonder, why are kids getting fatter? Well, maybe if they don't exercise. Yeah.
Just so you know, according to the state laws in Illinois, I should not have gotten my high school degree because my senior year, I simply did not put PE on my schedule and nobody questioned it. But according to state law in Illinois, you had to have the 4 years of PE in order to get your degree. So technically, no one's contacted me about it. So I'm good so far. But yeah, I definitely just opted out and nobody caught it, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I was not a PE person. That was not my thing. So
and not your door tomorrow now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to get calls tomorrow and they're going to revoke my degree.
She's on the line right now with the Board of Education. I got
something. He is, for sure.
Got it right here. I know where she's at.
She's been lying to me all these years.
I just didn't even write it in on the schedule and nobody said anything. I was like, frick, that's great.
She was like, that's why she won't let me get a treadmill.
But I took 4 choir classes. I took 4 choir classes and no PE, and nobody said a word. So, all right.
But it was. But the thing with the whole but the PE as an example is kind of like people don't see the correlation of kids not doing gym, and then you're feeding kids junk and sitting them in front of video cameras most of the day. Of course they're going to gain weight. It's just like that logic of critical thinking isn't there.
Right.
Like, well, maybe if you had them more energized on other stuff and took this other stuff back, you wouldn't be in that situation you're in. And that's where I think the whole people thing is the crazy part of stuff.
It's going to be Wall-E.
Yeah.
All the people were big and had their little floaty chairs and everybody lost all their bones. Perfect. We're gonna be all Wallies.
We're gonna be all Simpson characters, just
There we
Simpson
go.
Potbelly characters walking around, you know. Oh. A lot more medicated people walking around. No, that's another part of it too. A lot of people are getting hit with the drug type stuff. So it's that's something in itself. There, we definitely, as a society, I think over medicate here in the States. Exactly, JT. I've learned to never joke about curtains. LL JP says.
I didn't learn that lesson.
In some parts of the world, curtains can get you shot up, JB. I'm just saying. Gotta be careful.
It's all about the Venetian blinds.
The Woody Harrelson joke of the year either offended no one other than a farmer or most depend on interpretation. Yeah, so the whole Woody Harrelson thing, I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but he had made it, I think this is what you're relating to, Emerson, the whole thing about the vaccination kind of being forced on some stuff. But some people they get offended by it and was kind of like, people, everybody has their view, their opinion on stuff. And you always have to be able to have those kind of open debate and those type of topics and things like that and everything. There's a difference between someone maybe doing an opinion and maybe something that's kind of having like a logical type sequence to things. So it's interesting. But I like Woody Harrelson. I got no problem with what he said there.
I just texted Shu that I ran out of beer, and he brought me Phase 3 Brewing Company German-style Doppelbock 8.2%.
Oh, he's trying to move you up the chart now.
So yeah, nice. He's moving me up the ABV levels.
Gilbert said, I'd rather be vocally offensive than smelling offensive.
Thank you.
I'm sure that's definitely appreciated. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Everybody was terrified of Doug. He used sarcasm. Monty Python. Yeah, people don't understand sarcasm. Definitely get lost in it. Ecstasy was a British post-punk band active from 1977 to 2002. Wow, 25-year run.
Thank you for explaining. I didn't know.
No, ecstasy. So yeah, I thought he was talking about ecstasy, something else when he said that earlier. But he's talking about the band.
Yeah, that's right. Said, no, I don't think I haven't tried that.
Yeah, I thought he was like writing code for it. Like, gotcha.
Oh, I assumed it was a band. I just hadn't heard of them.
I assumed it wasn't a band. I assumed it was something that was more done. Well, I guess it's still being done, but more done of a party enhancement, to say. Let's get this party started. All of a sudden, you end up at a rave. I'm just saying. It just happens that way. Cheers, AV. Cheers, my friend Gilbert. Did anyone try the new Four Loko Warheads edition that just came out? It's really popular right now. Whoa. Four Loko.
Not on purpose, anyway.
I got to get this wrapped in my right. The Four Loko did a Warheads version. Now, I've had the Warheads version on the beer, which I was not very surprised and was kind of like, I think they kind of missed it on that a little bit, but Four Loko has an edition now. So
it might actually make Four Loko better.
It might be better. Maybe we'll pick it up for a malt liquor show. We were overdue. I keep saying that, to do another kind of, we never did like a flavor malt beverage show. We've done the malt liquor show, but never a flavor malt beverage. I don't know if I'm up for that though. I mean, I'm thinking that might be in the back nine. I think people are starting to drop off of those a little bit now, and the seltzers seem to be going down. And I'm just like, yeah.
All right, Mel, you can tell her yourself. She's in the kitchen now.
What's up?
Hi. I miss you and I love
Hey.
Was she fixing something?
There you are. Hi.
I just got out of the tub. I'm getting ready to try a spray tan. So.
A spray tan in a can.
Yep. Figure I'll try it out when it's not so obvious. If I fuck it up, I go, I'm sorry. If I'll be covered in, long sleeves and jeans.
I generally prefer to be blindingly pasty most of the time.
Well, you can get away with it. I'll look better with a tan.
Shining the trucker.
Oh, I do too. I just don't.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see you there.
I know. I'm happy to see you.
Hi, JB.
I don't know if he's still out there, but he
Yeah.
comments. Tell Shannon said hi.
Well, I'm gonna make me a pizza and go spray tan. Hopefully, I won't look like a Oompa Loompa.
Oh, can we see what you look when you're done?
What'd you say?
After you spray, I want you to come back on camera. I want to see.
It won't be developed yet. It takes.
I know. I want you to come back on camera. I want to see.
Okay. All right. I might. We'll see.
Is she gonna have the Donald Trump raccoon eyes?
I know.
The cheetah.
I want to see if she looks orange. I've never used that stuff before, and I'm curious.
I've used some that work really well. This is just a cheaper one.
I was gonna say if you use it the right way, I don't think you are, but
Well, it depends on which one. If you get a cheap one.
well, that's what. Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess that's true.
Like she rolled around in a bag of Cheetos.
Yeah.
Oh, Eric Gilbert, you don't blame that.
Yeah.
Don't say that.
Homie, don't blame that.
I
Yeah.
love Homie the Clown.
Play
He was
that.
my favorite.
2-finger snaps. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Where the white women at? Richard Pryor, one of the mixed scratch plays house. Yeah.
That was awesome.
Paul. Oh, the family PA in the house. Paul started another painting
Hi,
channel.
Paul.
So make sure to check out Paul there. Paul's got a lot of good stuff happening. I'm going to go ahead and crack this one open. I think I talked about this one before, but I got one of these. Southern Tier
Frosted sugar cookie.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So this is their Imperial Ale. This one comes in at 8.5% ABV. So this is one I picked up on a whim.
Hey, you and I were both moving up the ladder here.
Oh yeah, my next one's going to take it a little bit more.
Was it their peanut butter cup that you had not that long ago that was so good?
Yeah, still got that. Yeah,
Tier?
yeah,
That
Southern
was a
Tier.
good one.
See, you had the peanut butter cup then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it. I got to get the review uploaded on that one.
Yeah, they're gonna have that at the Beer Fest Saturday, so I'm gonna definitely
Awesome.
Oh,
check
nice.
that one out.
Yeah, lots of bubble action.
That is a lot of bubbles.
Yeah, well, it's a nucleated glass too.
Oh, okay, that helps.
To inject it.
Careful now. You're gonna break
Right.
everything.
But it's got like a sense of like a sugar type cookie from around the holidays.
Nice.
I don't see Wilford Brimley backstroking in there or anything, so it's not too much on the diabetes side.
Diabetes. Knocking on the door.
Oh, what was that guy's name? I loved that guy. Diabetes.
That was Wilford Brimley.
Oh,
Wilford Brimley. Yeah.
loved him. Loved him.
Blazing
He was the
Saddles,
best.
major trigger event. I don't know. Right now, there's like slack on Ben Stiller with Tropic Thunder, and he came out with a statement recently, like he's not apologizing for it. Like people were just taking it too. Tropic Thunder was a funny movie, and they're like the whole thing about Robert Downey, and it's like there's a difference on how Robert Downey did that character, and if you want to say that was blackface or not, but the whole thing with the whole movie with him doing that character is realizing where it was also wrong and stuff too, and learning during the course of it as well. So you'd have to watch the whole thing to actually understand the end of how it came out too. And also it wasn't what people don't understand like about blackface is basically the mimicking and stuff like that. And the way it was done intentionally to disparage Black society, right? When it came out versus what it was done as him being in this character. It was totally two different things, but people just see it and they just start jumping on. It's like, that is nothing like what it was back then. So
I gotta say, I wasn't a huge fan just for the humor level, but
of Tropic Thunder.
I thought White Chicks was an interesting take on things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked how they kind of reversed it, and it just, yeah. But
Yeah.
then they were just being stupid about it, and I'm like, no, you could have actually done more with that. I don't know.
I feel like, I think with that one, it's kind of like that was done with the Wayans, and I feel like the Wayans are just, when they do their comedy, it's more the surface type stuff. They don't really get as deep into
they
some of the type
totally
of
do.
things. Yeah.
But those masks were freaky. Like,
Yeah.
it looked like flesh. It was a little frightening, to be fair.
But yeah. Every show from the 70s, 80s were the best, some from the 60s as well. Yeah, and a lot of them also had a point in a lot of them too. So, a lot of them were like, you learned something kind of the whole thing. And I don't know, they kind of work towards setting up a moral compass when you were a young kid watching type stuff. I mean, being a young kid and watching the old black and whites of even Leave It to Beaver, like you knew that Eddie was a bad dude. Like you didn't want to be hanging out with Eddie, like, you know, because you knew the stuff he was doing was always wrong. Like, Wally, don't go with Eddie, don't go with him, right? Like, stay with Beaver. But
Are you kidding? All the girls watching wanted to date Eddie. Just
really?
So you know.
He'd always get in
I'm
trouble.
just messing.
Oh. But Wally was,
he was the bad boy. He was the one who was going to ride the motorcycle around Suicide
girls
Corner
wanted
or whatever it was, you know?
Nobody wanted Wally.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
I just think that some people tuned in to Leave It to Beaver, and it wasn't what they were expecting. I think they were looking for something else. I'm just saying. They were going off the title alone.
I felt the same way about Lassie.
After watching Porky's. There's no raptors in this show. Paul says everything sucks today.
Badgers.
Paul's an old soul. He likes some of the older stuff too, and like some of the movies from the 60s and everything as well. Big Night of the Living Dead fan.
Are you sure he's talking about like movies and not just the world?
No, Paul, that could be it as well.
I was gonna say.
I was about to say.
Probably more so that than the movie.
Yeah. To the moon house. Yeah.
Told you.
Yeah. Back then, domestic violence was in. What are you gonna do? What's up with packaging, Paul? Yeah. And the Man Show and Chappelle were the last. The Man Show was really good. Well, I would say Chappelle Show, but then you had stuff on Key and Peele that were doing stuff. I mean, that Key and Peele was basically the knockoff of the Chappelle Show, but they had some stuff on there that was.
Well, the Man Show had that guy who could like inhale beer. Like he could finish a beer in a second and a half or whatever it was, which was freaky.
Yeah.
And then, oh gosh, they are the ones who started the MXC, right? The MXC challenge, where they took a Japanese game show and like redubbed it with the worst possible words that you could imagine, which is still on Spike TV, and I still watch it on occasion because that is so stupid and I love it. And hey, their words don't match their lips, just like you, Rod.
Just like earlier, right? It's like, I don't know what's going on right now. Yeah. It was the Man Show. We had a video we used to play in here a couple times with the kid because that was off the Man Show.
Oh, that was
the kids selling the beer.
Yeah, I saw that on your channel. I hadn't seen it on the show, so that made me very happy.
Might have to bring that one back just because.
You should. That was hilarious.
I still got it around. You know, we'll see. Maybe pop that up here.
I would like that. That would be fun because oh my gosh.
The Man Show was pretty funny.
She was right there. Yep.
Marcia, you don't need to wait 40 years. Yeah.
Thank you, my love. I'm so glad we married.
You also had Kids in the Hall had some pretty funny stuff on there too.
Oh, that was a good one too. Yeah.
Kids in the Hall was pretty good.
Keep my tinfoil in the kitchen. Yeah. Chicago's improved since then. Major was ousted. Yeah. Mayor was ousted. Okay.
Yeah.
But was it always like when she was there was still some improvement? Like I saw like some stuff was actually down, but I don't know if that really got out to kind of help her. It seemed like if you looked inside numbers, but it is what it is.
She moved some things forward and several other things backwards, just like any politician does.
Yeah.
You know,
you son of a bitch. Put that back up there again because that deserves to go there.
The 10W40 was my favorite when we visited High Wire. There it is. Oh, so good.
Yeah, High Wire just opened a brewery. I posted it on one of my feeds.
Saw that. Where was
it? Was down south, I think. I want to say, I don't think it was Florida or Alabama. It was one of the southern states they opened a location.
I was about to say, Rod, with where you and I live, everything's down south. Shush.
Now it is,
Yeah.
But that's one of the breweries I don't really get now that I end up missing too. I don't get Highwire being here in Baltimore. I haven't seen any of their distribution really. So
You probably know somebody that can get it to you, I'm sure.
yeah, and I'm sure they would probably do it for some other half as well too.
Probably so.
It's like, oh, why can't you get everything everywhere, right? But that's the way it works. So yeah. Oh, how is that? How's that taste? Give us a little rundown on it.
It's very cinnamon. I don't want to say cinnamon forward, spice forward. Very like spice forward, as you would think as a gingerbread.
Yeah.
Some of the dark chocolate roastiness in it. It's good. Hot chocolate. I don't know, hot cocoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the chocolateness of like a cocoa for sure. Spiciness for sure, like a gingerbread. It's I'm trying to look at what the ABV is because I don't really. I think it's like 10% or 8%.
Usually it's an imperial, so usually it's a pretty good.
Yeah, they're just 8%. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really
You
get
stepped
a lot
back
of the
to
alcohol
our
in
viewer.
it. But
Well,
definitely
8% now.
chocolate, roasted, spiced for sure. It's tasty. It was good. It's a good one. I mean, I don't know that I've had a 10W40 that I haven't liked so far.
Right.
I think it's impossible for them to make a bad 10W40. They're all amazing.
Mal, do you guys get them in Chicago?
No.
Sorry, I was just asking. I mean, you guys get everything else.
They can't even get
No.
Yingling. They can't even get Yingling in Illinois.
I know. We can't get Yingling either.
So wait a minute, Yingling is not going to Illinois, but it's going to Oklahoma and Kansas and like I don't know, Nebraska or something. And it's just like,
And
yeah.
I know she will either put it in the comments or run upstairs, but there's a Wisconsin beer that everybody in Chicago wants and we can't get because they won't sell it in Illinois. Like they refuse.
Is it Spotted Cow? The one?
I think it might be Spotted Cow.
That's the one everybody talks about from which we call them in Wisconsin. Can't think of the brewery offhand, but yeah, Spotted Cow is like the big one that people
New
talk
Glarus.
about. Yeah, New Glarus.
Brewing.
So the rundown on this one says Imperial Stout brewed with cocoa powder, ginger, cinnamon, nutmeg, allspice, clove, vanilla, and lactose.
And
So
crack.
it's
Yeah.
Christmas in a glass.
You forgot to mention crack.
Yeah.
In the kitchen.
It's crack juice. Yes.
Yeah.
Although I don't get much of the vanilla in it, but the lactose, the creaminess of it for sure. And the like I said, spices, you could just pick any of those spices.
Yeah.
I don't know, one's more prevalent than the other, but they're all. Let's definitely taste the cinnamon, the nutmeg, the everything you think of when you come to like a gingerbread type cookie or whatever.
Right.
Spices.
Speaking of crack, watch Snowfall from last week coming back.
Ooh.
I like the first episode of last season now, so we'll see what happens. But
I've only watched the first two. I haven't seen the third one yet.
wait a minute, is there 3 episodes for the season?
Yeah, so the very first night they had 2 episodes, and then
I only saw the first. I didn't realize
this
that.
past week they had.
Oh,
when
shit.
was it on Wednesdays? I guess it was on.
Yesterday, last night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm 2 behind now. Well, I got something to do this weekend, but
There you go. If I
I'm
haven't
on
watched.
board. Yeah. Teddy's like that guy you love to hate on that show. Like, you fucking you rat. But he's a good rat. He's so good at what he's doing there. Yeah. Let's see here. Was I supposed to package something, JT? My brain is shot at the moment. And Mallory, you're telling you don't have your high school degree. I'm getting a reward for calling you out.
Thanks, darling. Much appreciated. It's not like I'm using the college degree either. I'm not a music teacher anymore, so it's cool.
8.5 ABV starting point, the ground floor, not a step up. Well, there you go. But speaking of degrees, so it's funny because my degree is actually in journalism and advertising, and outside of really anything, I never really used it for much because when I got out of college, I ended up going into sales, which was more towards the business type of stuff. But I'm actually going to be using a kind of it now because I'm doing one of the judges for the Crushies, for the Craft Beer Marketing Awards. So they reached
Fun.
out about me being a judge there. Actually, Dave had mentioned to the guy about inviting me to be one of the judges as well, which is kind of cool. But they got like 1,000 judges from around the world that are going to be
Right.
rating these
I was
beers and stuff.
wondering what that was about.
Yeah, so it's going to be basically craft beer marketing awards, where basically awards given, breweries are submitting in label art, they're submitting in tap handles, they're submitting all kinds of different things. Even like there's a category like for beer tattoos, and basically judging out the ones. Everybody's got like a judge thing is going between March and April, where we have to go through all these categories and look at the stuff and select the ones that we kind of rate out as being stuff. So I'm pretty pumped about that and everything. But it's like first time I'm actually doing something wrong with marketing. So that'll be some fun stuff to share. Yeah. So that'll be pretty cool.
Exciting. I'm excited to hear more about it as it develops. That's so cool.
Yeah. It's I knew about them before, but I haven't done anything with it. But they put money out there, and the guy sent me an email about the details and sent him stuff, and they invited me in. I know Matt's doing it for Massive Beers as well. Obviously, Dave from Beer Front. There's a few that have YouTube type stuff, but a lot of them are like different breweries. Like one of the owners of Urban Artifact, I know Cincinnati's one of the judges. Some are like other podcasters. Some are like top publications. But it's kind of cool because you're able to basically start connecting with a lot of people too. So hopefully I can get some of these people to start coming on here if we do more stuff on the channel, have them come in and use some beer type stuff, which would be awesome. So looking forward to it. It's fun. It looks like, and they're actually going to be in, I think, Tennessee in May for the actual live conference. So if we want to go, we can attend down there as well. But yeah, so that's kind of a cool thing. So that's actually I do different stuff around beer, but this is kind of like my first foray in actually something that's kind of part of the industry, I would say, more so than not. So
that is so cool. I'm so happy for you.
Thanks. Yeah. Well,
So I have the music education degree. I taught for 7 years music and theater. And now with the channel, obviously theatrical, stuff. Sure, I got that. That's fine. But otherwise, other than putting on a show, I don't have much going towards what Chu and I are after now, which is to open our own brewery.
So, no, you do got stuff. You're working with breweries on stuff.
That's
You're learning.
I left office work to work at 2 breweries and learning all the things. So 5 to 10 years, I might be inviting you guys to come check out our opening at our brewery. So cheers to that, because that'll be amazing.
Yeah. Awesome. I know the cool thing is I did that interview a couple of weeks ago with Liquid Intrusion, and talking with them on how they got started. They started up basically. He ended up losing the position he was in, but during the beginning of the pandemic almost, and kind of just started going with the brewing stuff they wanted to brew, and they're doing their own self-distribution. And it's kind of like, it was a great story, but it's almost one of those things where it's like, you can't wait to go after what you want to go after. So there's no perfect time for it. A lot of people put more time into trying to learn something and actually getting out there and doing it. They end up maybe missing that opportunity. So don't put yourself too much out where you're not jumping right in, take it. I mean, everybody wants to be prepared as you can, but I don't know if you can ever be prepared. It's kind of like some of the best success stories are the ones that people failed a few times.
So at this point, I'm working 2 tap rooms, granted, but I'd like to get to a taproom manager type position. So I'm seeing the money side of it too, just because I haven't dealt in this arena for office management for truck and trailer repair. I got all the money stuff. I know how that all works. I did accounting, I did HR, I did all the things, but I still want to have a grasp of that before I jump in fully. Besides the fact, starting a brewery is between $1 and $2 million at this point. And it's going to take time for us to figure out the funding. So at this point, I'm figuring out a business plan, figuring out how to set that all up. And it's going to take some time, especially because what we have in mind is a little grander scope than just a brewery. We have kind of a complex idea, and it's going to take quite a bit of money to get going. So it's going to be a lot of savings and possibly figuring out how to do either business loans or some other thing to get started, but it's going to take some time. So I'm wagering between 5 to 10 years before we really go. So
Okay.
yeah, that's a conservative bid on the time amount that it'll take.
I've actually got somebody I need to have you talk to. I don't know if you may have talked to him. Do you know Julie from Not Your Hobby?
No.
Okay, I need to get you connected with her. But we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that later. But she would be a great person for you to talk with on stuff.
Oh, thank you. I would appreciate that. I'm talking to 2 other owners who are starting their own breweries right now. One's opening in September and the other one's opening next year. But like, I'm just kind of talking with them as they're going through their own process so I can get a general idea of the startup. Having never started a business myself, I'm kind of like a little trepidatious about the whole entrepreneur thing because it's not something I've done before. So yeah.
I think that hits everybody because when you're going from
kind of
corporate or a small business going to everything, you're going to put everything on you.
Yeah.
That just comes with it, everything like that. So.
And I'm the kind of person who does put an awful lot on myself. Like I'm constant. I have 2 paying jobs and 1 non-paying job, but I'm constantly busy. So it's kind of a thing that I've always done. So that's right in my wheelhouse, thank goodness. But just trying to figure out how all of the little avenues work together to make that big old road.
Yeah. She actually works with a lot of different things. She's actually one of the judges too for the Crush Awards, but I've had her on a few times. I need to get her back on again, but she's always sharing some good stuff. But she's actually now part of one of the Pink Floyd, one of the Pink Boots boards out in Colorado. She's like on the board there for the Pink Boots Society.
Now that I work at a brewery, I can join Pink Boots.
Yeah,
so I'm signing up now for Pink Boots, which is super exciting for me because they wouldn't allow me to sign up when I just had the channel. It wasn't enough to like meet their criteria. So now that I actually work for breweries, I can join, and I'm very excited.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. No, that's awesome. And so I know her. I think Carla Jean that I know. I think she also does Pink Boots. She's up in the Northeast, but yeah, Pink Boots is definitely a way to go, and a lot of different things you can get there to gain from knowledge and attributes and all that kind of stuff. That's awesome.
And now here at the beginning of Women's Month, right? Women's History.
It is Women's Month. Yeah.
Now is the time. I'm going to join this month for sure.
There you go.
That criteria. I think you have to be working for or own a brewery to be part of that.
Huh?
As Pink Boots or whatever, is that you have to be working for a brewery?
Yeah.
An owner of a brewery?
So the fact that we had a channel touting breweries wasn't enough. Like they said, no, you have to actually be in the industry in order to join. So I had to wait a little bit, but now that I've been with 2 breweries for a while, they're willing to let me on. So I'm super excited.
Yeah. Nice. It's kind of interesting though when you think about it, just because I've talked to some of the different breweries on things, and so what we do on whether it's a YouTube channel, whether it's podcasts or running blogs, kind of as a shared of information and marketing and different things around beer. A lot of breweries actually that I've talked to, like you'll bring something like that, and they're like, they look at us as being part of that industry because we're telling the stories about the beer and allowing them to get the attention they need on stuff. So it's kind of funny, like the whole Pink Boots thing, just because I think breweries may look at it a little bit differently there as far as what you can do. And that's why you're seeing more reach out to a lot of the influencers on stuff as well, because it's kind of like forming a new niche where you become the storytellers of the industry.
Right. Yeah. And that makes a big difference. I mean, I know I only have like 400 subscribers at the moment, so I'm not making a huge impact on the breweries that I'm trying to help, but I'm still trying. Yeah. Like I'm doing more than a lot of people do.
Right.
Oh yeah.
People who are putting, 2 stars on beers they try at a place because they don't like sours, but they ordered a sour. It's like, guys, come on.
Well, I think I always tell people too, like, you can't always get caught up on the numbers. I mean, the thing is, if you're sharing the knowledge and you're having the fun doing, I mean, it's all out about what you're trying to do kind of thing. So it's kind of like, you say the 400 and I'm like, well, I'm only at 2,000. To me, it's kind of like, I don't feel like I have enough, right? But then it's like I look at someone like, say, Simon Real Craft, who has like thousands and thousands of people. The beer is a tough industry. It's a very niche. You have a lot of people that are coming out with channels, a lot of people that are doing stuff, and it's not as easy as some people think. I think some people think you can just set up a YouTube camera and go, and then success will happen. It doesn't work that way.
No,
and
Well,
for a lot of us, we put more time into this than we do our regular job.
I mean, in June it'll be 2 years, and we're at 400, and we've worked hard. I mean, our long form videos, the ones that are half hour long, those take between 10 and 20 hours of editing every week.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have a third job that doesn't pay me anything, but I love it so much that I'm going to do it anyway.
Right.
So, you know, it's not an easy field to get into, that's for sure.
No.
It's a battle every day to force myself to sit down and edit some more, you know, just that, instead of watching Smurfs on TV or something, like, you know.
Hey, I have like 20 or 30 followers and have no content, so I think that's content.
And the thing is, it's really because nowadays you can kind of find some guidelines and stuff like that, but a lot of it was on the job training, right? It was as you were going, as you were building. Right. Now there's resources that help people out and try to give you tips, and some of the people that have made it and stuff like that and everything. But that's not even a guarantee. It's just sometimes it's catching lightning in the bottle and being able to do stuff, and then knowing what you want to go after. And speaking of which, shout out to EB Allen, that many of you know that watch as well. Just 100,000 subscribers on his channel. So he actually is in the process, and I won't spoil when it's going to happen or like that, but people know he's actually about to get the silver play button. But he had told me when that was happening and stuff, so he'll have a special broadcast over there. But he's one of my first YouTube friends. I can actually say I knew him when. So I knew him way back when he started building stuff. So yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. And that basically goes to his drive and being able to do stuff and setting up stuff, finding a niche you want to go after. It is planning. That's what it is. It's not like it says you don't set up a camera and sit in a park and just go with it. I mean, it's kind of like you have to know how you want to build and how you want to develop. So it can be done.
He did it fast too.
Yeah, I think Alan, I want to say it might have been, I want to say somewhere between 3 to 5 years, I think.
I was going to say, it's been like, yeah.
But he started out as a beer channel and ended up flipping the switch like after 2 or 3 years doing the beer channel because he wanted something different. And he saw how saturated the beer thing is. And so in those early years, he wasn't getting a ton of people in off the beer stuff. But when he flipped it to what the niche he was comfortable with, which is a lot of times was reactions or talking about technology type stuff. Like a big one was when he talked about the e-truck that Elon Musk and them were working on. Yeah. It ended up hitting a different gear for him. So not that people shouldn't think about switching stuff. I'm just saying you go where your passion is and you find where you can actually scratch that itch and it can pay off for you. So
can I throw in something crazy then? My video with the absolute most views on my entire channel, we have hundreds of videos, was me shaving my head. I have so many people who are just obsessed with head shaved women. It's just this thing. And when I go to YouTube and I'm like, in the analytics and stuff, like it'll tell you, other channels that are doing similar things, it's all head shave stuff. Because they see that that's my best video. I'm like, I can't shave my head daily. That's not a thing that I'm going to do. But like YouTube is obsessed with me doing that. And I'm like, I have my passions elsewhere.
Yeah,
we're going.
And that was like, oops, that was a mistake. That wasn't
And I'm happy that I helped a charity. I'm happy that I did a thing that was good for a lot of people. I'm happy that I was involved in a thing that raised $24,000 for children's cancer research. That was awesome. But I can't do it every day. I just can't. I kind of like having hair.
But it might have been because it was a good cause and stuff too that ended up. Maybe, I don't know, or is it just all the other ones are just head shaving?
Unfortunately, a lot of the stuff has not been about the charity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sadly. And I still get messages from people that are like, "When are you shaving again? Can I have some of your hair? Can you send me hair?" Like
Oh,
I get weird stuff. Like, but I'm super happy I did it. And when my hair grows out long again, I'll do it again. I will.
I mean, that could
I'm
be
aware there's some different people out there. I learned a thing. I learned a thing.
that could be an OnlyFans source of income. I'm just saying.
Not really where I wanted to go, though.
Hey,
really
if a woman can make $100,000 a year farting into a glass jar, sending to people, all you're doing is cutting hair. I'm just saying.
I know,
That's right.
I know.
It's possible.
I'm aware that there are money sources that I could tap into. It's just it's not my dream to tap into that money source. I'm aware I have other avenues that I could pursue. I just don't like the shifty look of the street. That's all.
I can't think of that person that bought a woman's fart in the class. Like,
oh yeah,
I don't know. Like, what do you like? Open it up as incense or something? Like, what do you do? I mean, how's that work out? What do you like? Just sit there sniffing it like it's glue from back in the 70s?
Well, the internet's a weird place. That's just how it is. It's the conglomeration of all the people in the world, and it's a weird place because all the people in the world are weird people.
That is.
Wouldn't it be interesting if you're over a friend's house and you're like, "Oh, what's this?" and you pick up one, and they're one of the people that bought it, like, "Oh, don't open that," and you open it, like, "What the hell?"
What?
Would that question your friendship with that person at that point?
Oh, that friendship would be over. You paid how much for that jar? No, we're done.
No, I don't go there.
If I question your judgment on your online purchases, I question your judgment on many things. I don't know about this.
I was going to say, I was questioning if they, open the jar and be like, "Oh, look, that scented smell of what," and name out of some whatever scent that was. Like, oh, really? Yeah, you went there, didn't you?
My online purchases consist of Christmas presents and toiletries. That's literally what I buy. And if someone's buying farts in a jar, I'm a little concerned about their sanity. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I mean, if that's all it takes to
That
make
might be presumptuous on my part, I guess, but I don't. No. Oh.
You said 4 Loko warheads would be a gut rock case. Yeah, I mean, it's 4 Loko, so what are you going to do with that, right? Big Daddy, cheers, sipping on Labatt's Ice, 8%, digging it, cheers.
Oh, Labatt's Ice. I haven't had that in years.
I haven't had it. I think the last ice beer I think I had might have been Genesee Ice. That might have been the last ice on that bad.
Milwaukee Ice for me.
8.8% for me. As your dad said.
Oh, yeah. He's going for it tonight.
Fat Bear is a better peanut butter beer. At least that's what you decided from your show 4 weeks ago. Fat Bear, better than the Southern Tier? Not for me.
100%.
It wasn't for me.
Fat Bear kicked Southern Tier's ass.
For me, it did. It didn't for me.
Hot Butcher won that one. I'm sorry.
It didn't for me. I stick by it.
It was so good. And
I'm more of a Reese's fan. Southern Tier was more Reese's Peanut Butter Cup. Fat Bear was more Butterfinger.
We have an untap at the brewery, and I'm telling you, it kicks Southern Tier's backside for sure.
I'll have it on tap Saturday, so I'll let you know.
All right, there you go. Todd's going to be the tiebreaker.
I'll be the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Wait, have you had the Fat Bear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. But I do think that Rod is the only one out of the people that I know that's had them both that's chosen Southern Tier over the Fat Bear.
Agreed.
That's just how I roll.
He's outnumbered on all levels.
I'm not a sheep, man. I'm not a sheep.
I might be to your side, Rod. Let's see. We'll see.
Just remember, eagles fly alone.
First one to seek out, just so I can get it, before my palate. Right.
It'd be too bad. Too bad they don't have them side by side. It'd be cool if you had it side by side there.
I would love that. If I could do that, I would.
Yeah. 15 pack of Strubs Amber beer, only at 4.5. Well, let's say I killed the case. I need to get into some Imperial Stouts to get the job done. Oh, Paul. So there was a British British MP who pretty much was drinking 4 pints a night and pretty much had to cut back on stuff. He started tearing up his insides from drinking too much beer. The doctor was like, well, you're pretty much drinking yourself to death or whatever. So
Only 4?
I think it was 4 pints a night. He was actually like 4 pints like every night, I think it was, or something. It felt like it might have been more than that, whatever it was, but it's just like, yeah, moderation does matter for stuff. So
It does. It does.
Yeah, it depends.
It
Sometimes
depends
it's
on,
overrated.
it depends on if you're on camera or not. That's the
Oh,
question.
That's true too. That's true too. It's a good point.
As Shane's Craft Beer Review, Brian the Beer Snob, and TK's Beer a Day with TK would all tell you I might have outdrank all of them in Atlanta when we got together last year.
That's the word I've been hearing. Yeah, you pretty much put them away. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Up here.
Do what?
Tell it now, her and she need to come back up here.
Shannon said you and Shu need to come back here. Down here, not up here, since we're below down.
Well, you say that, but the last time someone was at someone's house was us at yours, so you need to come to ours.
Okay. I'm down with
Because
that.
you
They're
definitely
having-
need to come up for
We're
a
having
visit.
YouTubepalooza coming up.
And I will take you all over Chicago and you will have a blast. I'm telling you.
I've got the dates. When's it?
We got a lot of great dispensaries. You'll be happy. I promise.
Oh, yeah.
We'll have ours in Maryland here in June. It's all recreational. Was it only 4? I'm just trying to see if it was only 4 that they were. I felt like it was more than that.
For what?
Of the pints the guy was drinking.
Oh, okay.
Is it July 21st through the 24th? Is that right?
Correct.
Look into that.
That's when you're doing the get together.
Put it in my
Correct.
notes. Yeah, I put BeerPalooza in Chicago.
And apparently, Shane's Craft Beer Review, he's decided to do a kind of an awards thing for beer channels videos. He just posted on it today or yesterday on his channel that they're going to give out the Chuggy Awards. He's called it.
You said the chubby?
Chuggy.
Oh.
Chug, like chugging beer. The
I was
Chuggy
like, whoa,
Awards.
what kind of awards are you doing here?
I just wanted to make sure I heard it right.
The
This thing,
Chubby Award.
that sounds like a different award show in my mind.
That's what I was thinking. I was like,
You got to look up from your phone. Look right here. Chuggy. Chuggy.
yeah.
Oh, even Chuggy can go a different way, but we'll leave that one alone.
What are you talking about a different way? That's how we meant it. No, I'm kidding. No. But no, yeah, they're doing kind of an awards thing for different beer reviewers things.
That's pretty
So
cool.
It's kind of neat. I'm
Yeah.
excited about it. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice. Tropic Thunder was hilarious for sure. All right. Ken MXC.
oh, Ken makes me laugh. He's so stupid.
Get you kicked off YouTube. Mr. Show with Bob and David. Oh, Bob, I mean the Mr. Show. I do remember that. I don't know if people would be smart enough to get pissed about it. Yeah. Some stuff may go over some of the people's heads for sure, Edmerson. I'll ship you Yingling and you ship me craft beer. You know, some people would actually take you up on that because some people want Yingling and they can't get
For
it.
sure. Yes.
Okay, like one Yingling and then like 5 other.
I mean, it just
craft beers.
surprises me that
Like-
Yingling is not in Illinois and not in Michigan, knowing how much beer gets drunk in those 2 states
I know.
I know.
versus
that's
being
what I
Oklahoma
can't
and
believe.
Kansas.
I know it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I generally dislike heavy spice beers.
He's talking about your gingerbread there, Todd.
Yeah. He's not big into spice.
Paul also don't like beer that's 55 degrees. So
BA in history, the MFA in creative writing. There you go.
Interesting.
There's actually a neat little site, JT. I don't know if you've seen it or not. If it's marketing something, but basically you do freelance writing on there, and companies will pay you to use your articles or pieces. So I'll have to get that to you.
Oh, that's
You
fun.
might like something like that. I've been trying to get it started for beer stuff. I just haven't done it yet. So everybody needs a side hustle, especially with inflation nowadays. One day, I hope that breweries will want me to do label art in exchange for the brews.
So, Paul,
Yeah.
one
There
of
you
the
go, Mel.
breweries, Paul, one of the breweries I worked for, we had a gentleman coming in to clean our bathrooms, and they paid him 4 packs of craft beer to clean our bathrooms once a week. That was the thing that happened. So don't give up on your dream. Go for it. There are breweries that will pay you in beer for label art.
See,
There are.
there you go, Mel.
I'm telling you, they will.
Well, funny thing is, Paul, actually, I've got another person that's interested in doing label art for breweries. And I told her I'd probably try to get her some leads, but off this Crushies thing, if I find some people, I can let you know as well to see if you want to try to connect up with them, because this is going to be all marketing people, a lot of them that are getting these awards. I moved on to Napoleon Milk Stout from Sagatuck Brewing. That's a nice move.
Oh, I like that one.
That's a nice move, and I'd say that is better than what did we have last week?
That was the gosh dang it! I knew you was going to say that.
I got another one in there too. The claw. The claw.
Yeah.
They dropped the ball on that one. That patriarchy number 26 ball was dropped. I mean, it was a fumble at the goal line. So
I agree.
Yeah. Neapolitan Milk Stout from Sagatuck, definitely. They got 3 different versions of that too. They got the Imperial, the regular, and then like the light one or whatever, the white stout, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. But I like the it's good. It's good. Wish there was a bigger brew than what it was, Big Daddy. Well, they got the Imperial one. That's what I'm saying. They got an Imperial version. You will never be completely prepared. Pull the pin and hope for the best, right? That's what I'm saying, Emerson. You got to get out there and just do it.
Well, we're also kind of having fun doing the channel, and I'm afraid that if we go in full, like whole hog on the brewery, that I won't have time to actually do the channel. So there's a part of me that's like, I'm not quite ready to pull the plug just yet.
Yeah. Well, it's a matter of where you want to go with the whole thing, right? So
I feel like I'm building towards this big moment, and I don't feel that I'm there yet, especially because I want to know how it works first.
You could document it on your way as like, filming the setup and everything. Like that would be kind of a show in itself, like filming the process from the get-go.
That's not a bad idea, like, because nobody else is filming how they started a brewery. I mean, I guess
right.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's something I could probably do as we get going on it, but we can't talk about all the things we're going to do with the brewery before we open the brewery, because we'll take the ideas. So I have to think about that too. So it's like,
lots to think about.
I know. Terrible.
Sam in the house. Cheers, Sam. Sam over down under in Australia. Great to have you, my friend.
Hence, good day.
Which is
nope.
I guess it's Friday night over there now, maybe? Oh.
Yeah.
Quote from Donnie that says, the only person I would ever miss with this can will be the sucker with enough bread to buy it. It seems true with breweries now. Yeah, well. Yeah. Speaking of breweries, so last week now we had talked about Platform shutting down because Platform closed their doors under AB and Bev.
His way back into the room.
And so
he brought me 2 choices. He brought me 3 choices.
So I'll give you.
All right, so I'm putting this up to you guys. I apologize too. Just brought me 3 beers. Stone Delicious IPA, 7.7, West Coast Alpine. Sam Adams Just the Haze, non-alcoholic hazy IPA.
Non-alcoholic.
And Ravinia Brewing Co. Flight of the Rooster, which is a saison at 7.5%.
I would go to Pavina and I would throw the Sam Adams at you as he goes back down the steps.
Okay, he says I need to throw just the haze at you as you go back down the stairs.
And then follow the other one right behind it. Just in case, for good measure.
So that brings it down to Stone Delicious IPA or
It's
the
Pavina.
Ring Fight of the Booster.
It's Pavina. I've had delicious IPA. I would say go for the Pavina.
Bigger's
Pavina?
better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I have to throw it at you.
Oh, son of a bitch.
I think I just hurt my husband. Thank you, Rod.
The mustache got in the way.
I haven't seen the throw that soft since Dak Prescott. So
I know, but I still hurt him pretty bad, so that was great. He ran into the closet door and made a lot of noise.
oh, man down.
One of my favorite Rihanna songs, actually.
No, delicious IPA. It's all right. It's an IPA. I mean, it's Stone, but I'd be more interested in that there. I mean, Stone is still kind of Stone, so it's kind of like I don't get as surprised with them as much anymore.
So Chew bought the 6-pack of the Stone IPA, even though he and I are not necessarily IPA drinkers. In order to do, he wanted to do pickled eggs, and he wanted to do them in an IPA and see how that went.
I don't think I've ever had pickled eggs.
Yeah, I mean, he and I are fans. Sorry.
No. I just think, I just think I've never. Have you ever had pickled eggs, Todd?
As I was going to say, I don't think I have either.
I mean,
yeah,
you can't judge it based on me because I just had fried bologna a couple years ago. So
I was going to say.
But Chew actually does a lot of cooking things with beer and different kinds of alcohol. Like his Brussels sprouts, he cooks Brussels sprouts, but he makes them in port wine. Kind of sautés them in port wine with the lid on, and give it like a half hour or so, and they caramelize a little bit, and it's so good. Like every time he cooks with alcohol, he does a really nice job.
Yeah.
So he wanted to try a super hoppy IPA with his pickled eggs to see if those hops kind of infuse into it. Well, he hasn't tried it yet. He has the 6-pack. He opened the 6-pack and gave me offered me one of the beers, but he was only going to use like 2 of the cans for the eggs, so he hasn't tried it yet. But he did his beer chili on our channel, and I know he wants to do a few more cooking things with alcohol and see how it goes.
There you
go. So,
yeah, I like eggs. I just think I've ever had pickled eggs.
I don't think I have.
I mean, if you like pickles and you like hard-boiled eggs, you're going to like pickled eggs. It's just,
They kind of go together.
It's basically just a hard-boiled egg soaked in.
Yeah, it's soaked long enough that the pickle flavor is infused throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, when you bite into the pickled egg, you taste pickles, but it's the texture of an egg. I mean, but where we go camping at 4th of July, those are very popular up in that area. So we've always done the pickled eggs, and they have like.
I was like, you share the sleeping bag, but you gotta be careful.
Oh, I won't let him sleep in the tent. He sleeps out on the trampoline.
You said I knew where he's going.
between the beans and the pickled eggs, watch out.
I'm not sure how he's going to react to this moment, but I've watched him.
Nobody
actually,
does.
So at his 4th of July get together with it's like the whole family and friends of the family who are family, even though not blood related, they are family. But we'll have 60 people around one campfire, and the campfire is huge.
Ooh.
We're all hanging out, and it's for like 3 straight nights. But I've seen this man clear out half of that fire.
I'm just thinking that's a fire and all that gas. I think you have to point away from the fire. I'm sure.
You have to have a permit. You gotta have a permit before you do that.
It's a really good time, and I have made him sleep on the trampoline instead of in the tent before. So, yeah.
It's a good time until it's not, and then it's like, oh.
Oh no, it's a good time because everyone's drunk enough to not care.
It's like don't point at the campsite with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
But the pickled eggs is a thing. So.
Well, I guess yeah. Interesting.
You're learning all sorts of stuff.
Whole new definition of blowout right there. So yeah. Yeah, I just never had it, but I like eggs. I like pickles. So maybe one day I've had Scotch. I like Scotch eggs. Those are really good. I've had those.
Actually, I found a place in the Upper Peninsula that does pickled quail eggs, which was really interesting because they're smaller and you have a lot more in the jar. But they added other things to the pickling process, so you have like jalapenos in one, and you have like different kinds of chili peppers and stuff, so you get that spice too. Yeah. They were quite good. And one had garlic and coriander, so that one was a little more mild, but it was quite good as well. I mean, it's really interesting. Like, just
what if you could have that one with like a Belgian ale or something?
Oh yeah, I could see a saison actually being really good for like the garlic,
coriander one.
I think that would be lovely.
Yeah.
I saw a video yesterday of some sort of hard-boiled egg, and I want to say that cook it for 13 hours or something, where the egg becomes like a brownish color, but it's still just a normal hard-boiled egg inside. But the taste of it was so much amplified. But and it wasn't burnt. Then when they cracked the shell open, it was just instead of it being white, it was a brownish color. But it was I forget how long they actually cooked it for. But I want to say it was hours upon hours.
Oh, that's an interesting recipe.
Just boiling it.
Just out of curiosity, has anyone boiled an egg so long that it exploded? Because that's me.
Yeah, I've had it. Well, when I was younger, kind of doing it, and you could put it in there for too long, and you come back and it's like the shell's cracked and kind of exploded out of it.
Oh, yeah. No. I was 24 and I left it boil too long, and all the water was gone. Oh. And once the water's gone, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because it literally went all over the kitchen.
I cannot say I've had that happen. No.
So set a timer if you're boiling eggs, boys and girls. Not kidding. See, I still have that teacher thing.
Oh, there you go.
Boys and girls.
I can't help myself.
Says the Pink Boy. What the hell fuck am I saying? The Pink Boot Society in Australia is really strong. They seem like they have a cool little community. I always wonder if they do big bottle shares, if they have some rats. Yeah. I mean, here, a lot of them are brewing beers or breweries and doing different things and stuff too. Yeah, depending where you're at.
Especially for the month of March, everybody pay attention wherever you're at. You're going to see Pink Boots beers coming out for this entire month. This is a big month for them.
Trust fund dreams that just turn out mediocre brews left and right, especially in 2019. Yeah, well, that's what you had. That's when you had the out of mouths area kind of kings and convicts buying Ballast Point. They were like, who the hell are these kings and convicts? Well, they were just some venture capitalists that decided on the golf course they would buy Ballast Point from Constellation, and the guy took the deal. It's just six guys that were kind of just doing their own little thing, and now they got one of the major breweries out there.
Just out of curiosity, have you ever checked out their YouTube channel?
No, I've never seen their YouTube channel.
So their YouTube channel is it's a British guy and an Australian guy, hence Kings and Convicts.
Because Australia started as a penal colony, right?
But I challenge you, Rod and Todd, actually, yes, I challenge you. Watch a couple of the videos. They only have 6 videos. They came out with a couple of videos before they ever bought Ballast Point. This was way before, so these are old videos. Watch a couple of those and see what you think about Kings and Convicts after. Because these guys were freaking hilarious, and I want to meet them in person so bad. Okay, here in Chicago at Highwood is the town. Dylan is the manager of Kings and Convicts. He's a super nice guy. I really, really like him. Ethan is one of their workers. He's the one who's gotten me. He's gotten me a couple other half beers that I never would have been able to get a hold of otherwise. He's super, super nice. Kings and Convicts is a lovely, lovely brewery. If you ever get a chance to check it out, they're kind of fun, especially if you love golf, because they have golf simulators too.
Oh, nice.
So that can be super fun. You can be drinking and doing your golf simulator and having a lovely time. I took a couple of my girlfriends over. None of us are golfers. We had a blast. So highly recommended to check out their brewery. But just I'm challenging you guys just to check out their YouTube channel because it's freaking ridiculous. The Australian guy running down the street in pink hot pants. That's all I'm gonna say. Throw that out. You have no idea how hilarious these guys are. And I give them props for being, an interesting personality.
Okay.
Even before the sale happened, like they were interesting people beforehand. So I give them props. I gotta. Now I actually applied to work there, but they didn't have an opening at the time because they're only like 15 minutes from my house. But it's worth checking out, definitely.
Okay. I was gonna say, with Ballast Point, because me and Todd have had some conversations about it.
They're a mess.
I just had a friend. I had a friend in Cincinnati. We were talking about their beers. She actually just got Victory SC, so they are still putting it out there. She had to send it from somebody because it wasn't where she used to get it in Cincinnati. But they're canning it now. It used to be in a bomber, but now they're putting it in cans. So for those looking at Victory at Sea from Ballast Point, it is still being made if you're looking for it out there. I don't know where you're getting it at because I haven't seen it anywhere, but it is out there. And I didn't talk to her to see where she got it from. But yeah, people are getting it.
Yeah.
John's in the house. Distilled Brewed and Reviewed. Cheers, my friend. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're staying safe. You're not far from Todd. And you guys got some wicked weather coming through that Louisville area. So
I just want to throw out Distilled Brewed and Reviewed has the best playlist setup of all time.
Okay.
His playlists are amazing. Like he has the videos for, the compilation things, but he also separates out every style of beer ever. His playlists are amazing.
I can see John being pretty focused in and
he's super
organized for sure. Yeah.
Distinct on his playlist. They're amazing.
And I got to watch some more of his coffee stuff because he does some pretty good coffee reviews in there too.
He does. Yeah. I love those.
Yeah. For a lot of female beer reviews, actually give me a business feel for 99% of male reviews. It's a thankless hobby. You lose $1,000 for and end up feeling like a total failure. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where to go with that one just because I will say that I've seen it depends on what women are doing on their channels as well. I've seen some that have made it more so on Instagram than YouTube into a great marketing opportunity.
Yeah.
I don't see a lot of the women ones doing it really on YouTube. Not as much. There used to be a few in the past, but a lot of them have. I don't see it. I just don't see it as much. I think.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of changed there, but on Instagram, it's all over. Like women kill it on Instagram for sure, and it is what it is.
Well, folks are always happy to give constructive criticism at any given point, and I've had folks suggest, if you wore a lower cut shirt, it would help your channel a lot. I've had people suggest, if you drink a lot faster, you'll get tipsy and it'll be funnier, so that'll help too. And I'm thinking, well, who needs another white girl on the internet? Honestly, it's like, but no, I've had a lot of lovely constructive criticism on how women should be online, and I'm like, I'm good.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Well,
it's a tricky business being a female in a guy-dominated situation. So,
which is always still funny because it was a craft really created and honed in by women in the first place. But anyway,
exactly, we were the alewives.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
It's all about the alewives. We made beer in the first place, so bow down, gentlemen. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Now, have you looked at doing like your 60-second sips or whatever, like on TikTok or anything?
Chu does the TikTok. I don't actually handle that, but the 60-second sips all go up on TikTok as well.
Oh, it is on TikTok. Okay.
So we've linked with you on TikTok.
Probably have. I don't know. I don't get it.
But do it now before America shuts it down. They would have started shutting it down for people.
Exactly. But it's an interesting situation to keep
Yeah.
moving forward in the arena that is dominated by others. So
Well, the funny
it's
thing,
okay. It's okay. I'm confident and strong in myself. I'm happy with who I am, and I don't have to meet other people's criteria to keep doing what I do. So I'm
yeah.
good. I'm good.
Well, I think the other thing too is as far as the male reviewer type aspect of it, like there's various channels, and I watch a lot of channels. I try to comment when I can. Sometimes I'm working out and I can't comment. I might like a video or watch it or whatever like that. I think when it comes to a lot of the male reviewers or just beer reviewers in general, some of the beer reviewing people that are actually trying to do beer reviews may not actually be doing the best beer reviews.
now?
I guess is the way I kind of put it. It's just like some of the beer review stuff that's actually being done. It's kind of like people are putting out kind of just their opinion more than a review. So you have to put work in it to actually gain from it as well. So if you're not putting all stuff in, it's kind of
Right.
like people wonder why their channel isn't growing. Well, it's kind of like maybe you're not providing enough to get the interest there as well.
And
So
to be fair, I don't feel that I mean, I'll do opinions on occasion, but mostly we do promotional videos.
Mhm.
We choose a place that we love, and then we promote that place, regardless of whether, I mean, we're not getting paid for it. That's not even in question. But we choose a brewery that we love, and we say, we want to tell people about this brewery. So I'm not necessarily saying, I mean, occasionally I'll say, hey, this is super hoppy. I'm not for the hops as much, but if you love hops, this is for you.
yeah.
Things like that. I don't necessarily naysay any beers that we show on the channel just because if I don't like them, I don't promote them.
Yeah.
I just don't talk about them because it's what's the old line from your
That
mother?
makes sense.
It's if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. I
Right.
kind of stick to that pretty well. There have been 2 beers in the past where I hated them to an extent that Chew made me reshoot it 4 times because I couldn't say anything nice about the beer. Yeah. And then that didn't go up, obviously.
Yeah.
Chew wants to have a beer, but he wants me to show you what he's having before he has it. And I have to interrupt for a second. He's having Old Chew, not Old Chub, Old Chew from Oscar Blues. But he wanted me to show it to you guys before he opened it, and he's quite thirsty, so I had to hop in and say that for him.
Thank
Old
you.
shoe.
He said thank you.
Yeah. I mean,
And
it's
there's
all
a cat in here now, Chew.
You're welcome.
One of your cats. They're not my cats right now. Chew, call Lily.
Come here, Lily.
There she goes.
Lily, come here. Come here.
Okay.
but it's I don't know. It's different philosophies how the different channels kind of do. I mean, any beer I do pretty much is brand new beer. So if it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. And I put it up how I feel about it. But it is a matter of like for me, I don't look at it as much as promoting the beer. It's more just sharing thoughts on the beer because any of the stuff you're doing in here is kind of like opinions that people are kind of provided based on stuff. But I think those that kind of like we talked about before, putting the work in, like you're doing, like with the brewery stuff, is kind of like other things that you bring to it. Like if you drink a beer, you know what to kind of expect because you know the style of that beer, rather than someone who just gets a beer and has no idea with it and they're drinking a stout, wonder why it's so chocolatey type thing. Like I've seen some that are kind of like it's not really as much as a review as it is just a person drinking a beer, which is fine if that's you're doing for your channel and stuff. So it's people are going to be your greater consensus on what they like when they watch. So you're going to kind of feed off of that and kind of see and and what you want to kind of share. Like you mentioned the analytics and stuff earlier and stuff too, but at the same point you can't get too wrapped up in analytics. You start losing yourself. If you start chasing analytics, you lose yourself in the channel as well too. So you got to find that happy place, just like Happy Gilmore.
Well, this is something that you and I talked about before.
Or was that Billy Madison with the happy place?
No,
Billy
that was
Madison.
Happy Gilmore. Happy
That was
Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore.
No, it was Billy Madison with the beer and the chick.
No, that was
When he was
Happy
learning.
Gilmore.
Happy
On the
Gilmore.
golf course.
No,
Oh,
Billy
God,
Madison
yeah.
was the education one, right? Oh, he wasn't Happy Place. He was. What was the one he had the vision of the blonde with the two pictures of beer?
Happy Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore.
Yep, 100%.
Oh,
She was
okay.
sitting in the
Yeah.
sun
All
chair
right.
or
All
whatever.
right. Go to your Happy Place, Happy. All right, go ahead.
But I admit our channel is a little different from some of the other beer reviewers because I generally, I mean, okay, so when we go to a brewery, Chu and I will try several of their beers over time, like over several weeks, and decide if we think, hey, this brewery is one that we need to promote. This one brewery is one that we like. But we always vet the place first.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily try every beer, and he's proven in a couple of the Choose challenges that, I mean, I can break down the beers like having not had them before. I can do that. But when we're doing a full video on something, we want to make it worth something, and we want to know that we care about the place and we want this place to stay open. That's why we do it.
Got you. Paul's giving a little credit.
Paul, hold on. Give me a year or two. I got you. Oh, wait, no, he's talking to Todd. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Freedom is hard to
Wait,
accept.
wait.
People can't spend their money they earn. How damn well, please. No judgment here. Guess I'm returning your birthday present, Mallory. No jars for you. Guess you get the fart jar.
I have so many jars. Are you kidding? I do crafts with jars all the time. You're kidding me.
There's always dirty socks and stain. Oh, Jesus, Paul.
I knew. I was waiting for it. Leave it to Paul.
Oh, you're terrible.
Leave it
I
to
started
Paul.
jarring my Taco Bell farts and maybe get a bit moist.
Oh.
3 Imperials pretty much every day for a long time. Oh, 2023 for sure. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know with this guy, whoever this MP was over in UK. I posted it on, or I don't know if it hit yet, but it's on Twitter and Facebook page. But yeah, Chug getting the Chubby Award, right? There you go. Where's the cream filling?
Oh.
Shannon feeling right now.
Only cheap light beers tear up your insides. Well, he was drinking, it was like 4%, so it probably was a cheap beer the MP was drinking. Stick with quality brewed Imperial Stouts. Warm Imperial Stouts, Paul. Warm Imperial Stouts.
500 degrees, in fact.
How to pitch a proper 10 awards.
Oh, so you're not doing well in that one.
Stop drinking any pastry architect at the dumpster fire for shipper had a few years ago. Yeah, there's some that are kind of not as good as others for sure.
Yeah.
We started a brewery, make the quality of the beer every time I hear. Well, their food is really good. You know, the beer blows, but the beer should be number one, not food, not atmosphere. Yeah, it should be about your beer.
I 100% agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
I'm with you, Paul, and I promise I will make it a place worth you coming to visit.
Nobody
I swear to you.
Domestic beer and pickled eggs. Actually made up a few lost years of my life in the wild. I recommend. Well, there you go.
Nice.
Pickled pig's feet. Never had that either. In the south, that's big.
Yeah.
I haven't either.
I just know what the pig stepped in, and it kind of creeps me out.
Pig don't care.
Well, I know the pig don't care, but the human does.
Pig is like shingles. Pig don't care.
I know. I know he doesn't care. I care. Human care.
Metropolitan's here trying to go there, but there was a damn line to get in. The Metropolitan, you haven't
Oh,
been there
yeah.
yet. I do want to go back when I'm back to the Exchequer. I love going to the Exchequer pub and restaurant. That's where me and JT went when I was back in. That place, good beer, good food. It feels like you're a Chicagoite. I don't know if that. I know Chicagoan, but I'm gonna say Chicagoite. That's the word I'm gonna use because I feel like
no, I'm with you. It's Chicago White.
yes.
There's a different category. There is.
Yeah.
And hanging with JT, you're a Chicagoite. You
Yeah.
are.
Yeah.
That's different because I love hanging with JT. He was
Yeah.
amazing. I hope the next time we hang out, his wife joins us too because I think we'll have a blast. Yeah, we had so much fun.
Oh, what the hell? You called the devil in? We hit the planet so double degrees, 100 peanut butter, sunflower rules. So, yeah, no, you're both wrong on that. Is my stand. So we did talk about it, but you were both wrong. You're both wrong. So
You knew he was gonna
sorry,
come
your
out
guest
with the
disagrees.
CG says, "Oh shucks." Well, Joe's wrong. He's just
You
wrong.
knew Joe was coming out of the woodworks on that one.
Go back and drink your other half, Joe.
Hey, Joe's right there with me. He knows. I'm with you, Joe. I'm with
You know what
Joe.
I think about Joe's answer? That's what I think about Joe's answer.
Oh, I
Yeah,
feel
you did bring
special.
up-
I didn't get the buzzer.
Bring up over. Bring up.
Oh, God. No. Hot Butcher kicks Southern Tier's backside. I'm sorry, it's true.
I disagree. It's like the whole Jordan GOAT conversation right now. You know, we were a while back too. It's like, no, I disagree. I disagree.
Oh, it looks like I froze up.
You did freeze up. Now whose mouth's not moving?
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I keep him in the back pocket, JT. I had on top of the Buffalo location again. It's still suck complete under pig's feet. I'm going to disagree. I mean, I can't disagree with what you had there. Maybe they didn't clean their lines. I don't know what the situation may have been.
There goes the
But
pig's feet again.
I had it from the bottle. I liked it. I liked it more than Fat Bear from the can. But not that I hated the Hot Butcher. I just didn't like it as much. Hot Butcher, Butterfinger. Southern Tier, Reese's Peanut Butter Cup. I'm more of a Peanut Butter Cup fan than I am a Butterfinger fan. So that probably plays into it.
True.
Just because you have a soundboard doesn't mean you're right. Just means you're
Sorry,
loudly
I
wrong.
had to restart.
Oh, you think I'm loudly wrong? I'm going to disagree on that.
Joe, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you.
Just know I'm the host, so what I say goes.
That's the bottom line, because Stone Cold
So take that.
So, Rod, super fun fact.
Mhm.
One of the breweries I worked for that was giving me the alternate Thursdays was like, oh, we need you every Thursday. I told them I couldn't because of you.
Oh.
I'm passing up on paid income to be here because I love your show so much. This is how much I love you and how much I love your show.
Oh.
Even though we disagree on peanut butter beer, I still adore you and I want to be here.
Oh, well, I appreciate you. I don't want you to miss out on income, though, too.
Oh,
I mean,
no, it's all good.
it's only
That
money.
just means you got to
It's all
send a
good.
check in the mail every other Thursday.
Oh, is Rod going to send me checks? What?
Right?
That's
Yeah.
for a little bit, right?
Yeah, right when they get those royalty contracts in. Yeah, I'll send those out. We got Dave in the house. Cheers, Dave.
Hi, Dave. It's super happy to see you.
And Dave, I just tell him, well, earlier, because I think Dave might have just got off work or so, but I will be in Chicago in June. So hopefully I'll get a chance to meet you when I come through.
Yeah, we
I gotta come out
plan
from
to get
work.
together.
Yeah. But like I said, Dave was the one that got me involved with the City Crushies. But after you said that award, now I get the chubby stuck in my head. Like,
Chuggies.
With the chubbies.
You can blame Shane, but you go check out Shane. So
but Dave's always got a great stuff happen on his podcast. He's actually off on the weekends now. Oh, that's right. You took a new shift. I forgot about that. They changed his hours out there. So Dave's going to have one of the best books ever written when he retires from his job there. So it's just things you hear at the airport. It's going to be tons. Bestseller, guaranteed bestseller off of stuff there from some of the stories that just this little stuff that I've heard. I can imagine how good the book will be.
I'll tell you what, Dave, James, and what's the name? Mojo.
Big Daddy? Yeah, Big Daddy's
yeah,
there in
Big
Chicago.
Daddy.
Yeah.
We need to figure something out while Rod J's here. We got to sort something out to take him out and have some fun. So definitely.
I'm about to have fun with one more right here. I need to.
Oh,
Woo!
Yeah, which is one of your spots there in
Represent.
Chicago. And I guess they opened up their doors again now in Chicago, from my understanding. So Lagunitas is back open there.
Yeah.
Guinness. Has Guinness announced anything yet on the day they're opening?
I haven't heard a specific date yet.
But it's coming up because it's going to be
It
in the
is
next couple
coming.
weeks.
It's
Yeah.
coming. I haven't heard a specific date. You guys, have you heard? I'm
In
curious.
fact, right now here they're doing all their St. Patty's stuff. Like you can basically get on the list because the St. Patty's festival is crazy here from what I saw last year.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to go this year and get some video. I mean, they map out the whole Guinness area. They got like little Irish type stuff and different things they do. And people are lying. Like I don't wait in line usually getting a lot of stuff, but
I bet they don't dye a whole river green though.
They don't. But they don't do that. Although where they're at, they don't have a river next to it. But
cheaters.
They do deck it out in green collars and some stuff. So they have some other things they actually do. And
all right, gentlemen, I will be back in just
yeah.
1 second, okay?
Okie dokie. Not tomorrow. Oh, you got snow coming on. Ooh, yeah. Ooh. Good for that. Yeah. Yeah, the weather's being crazy, but little Willitide stout to close out the night. Coming in at 13.1 ABV. Did you end up finding this, Todd? Did you find this down there?
One or two down. Yeah, I got them downstairs in the fridge.
Yeah, okay.
They got one or two in there.
I mean, it's still solid. They still do a great job with it. So yeah.
Is that the 2022 one?
Yeah, 2022 with the rye barrels. Yeah. Same as last year though, because last year was 13.1. So I don't think they changed the formula or anything.
I think I actually have one from 2019 or 2020. I can't remember.
That one will be different for recipe. So I know I think those were 12 ABV or something, 12.1 or something.
I can't remember what year it's from, but I know I have an older one also.
Yeah, definitely be that. I'll be up there for a work conference, but I know I come in on a Tuesday and I'm probably flying back out on a Saturday morning or Saturday afternoon. So, but I'll be there. I got to find out what the whole details are of the conference, but definitely like to try to hook up and see people I can see while I'm there. Chicago's always a fun city.
So, how many days you gonna be up there?
I'm going like a Tuesday, and then the conference I know it's Wednesday through Friday night. I'll probably go Saturday rather than a late night. Speaking of airlines, crazy shit. And Dave, you probably heard about this since you work in the industry. Freaking dude today got arrested trying to put bombs on an airplane. Did you see this?
I did not.
So he checked 2 bags to go in. I forgot what airline it was for. He checked 2 bags and he had explosives in them. And he had one that was considered like a short fuse and one like a long fuse that basically were timed, I guess, to go off once they got into the plane. And luckily, someone caught it in baggage, like, what the hell, something's up here. And so then they went to page the guy, like in the airport. And I guess the guy dropped him off like he was getting on the plane, but he left. But they ended up going to his house and arresting him and find all his stuff and the details. But it was like the crazy things, we were talking about earlier, just the crazy shit we're seeing. This is like crazy that he did this. So
where was that at?
Let me see if I can see it online here where he did this.
Was that just today?
It was today. Yeah, this was Pennsylvania Airport.
Oh damn!
Lehigh Valley International. So they had him arrested, and just taking a look here. Passenger Mark Muffley of Lansford, Pennsylvania. It was a Legion flight. They showed a picture of him coming in with these 2 bags to check. The device hidden in the bag's lining was a circular compound about 3 inches in diameter that had 2 fuses and powder concealed in wax paper and plastic bag. Powder is suspected to be a mixture of flash powder and the dark granulars that are used in commercial grade fireworks. Black powder and flash powder are susceptible to ignite from heat and friction and pose significant risk to the aircraft and passengers.
finding it or realizing it was in there.
Yeah. The bag also had a can of butane, lighter, a pipe with white powder, residue, a wireless drill with cordless batteries, and 2 GFC outlets taped together with black tape. Oh, this guy's a winner. It's a great prom photo, dude. Oh, this guy looks like he's up to something. The device was detected during routine screening when the suitcase triggered an alarm when it entered the baggage screening unit.
Okay.
While inspecting the baggage, TSA officer located an item in the suitcase that appeared to be suspicious and was believed to possibly be a live explosive device. So that's what alerted them to it, and the package
That's
was
what I wondering,
removed.
how what
Yeah,
them off to that being there. Jeez.
yeah, and then when they opened it, they said it was indeed a live explosive device, and now the guy's arrested and waiting for his court appearance. But just like, what is wrong with people? Like, it's just crazy right now, and that somebody actually did this there. I mean, yeah. So now you got those kind of crazy people out there doing stuff.
They're gonna end up putting baggage on a whole completely different thing away from the people.
Yeah.
Shipping some out some way or another, maybe a day late just because, like, oh, sorry, take the backpack and, put you
Yeah.
1 day's worth of clothes in it and your luggage will show up a day
Yeah.
later because.
Yeah, and I'm like,
it's like, golly.
yeah. I'm like, Dave, well, you got your jag off of the week for the next podcast, obviously. So there's your jag off right there. But he said he saw a clip out of Allentown, PA, about the guy there. Think of how stupid the average person is and realize half of them was stupider than that. That's true, George Carlin. He said they found him because Eddie had his own name tag. Yeah, he had his name tag on the suitcase. And like I said, they paged him at the airport and they couldn't find him. So then they were able to locate his address and stuff. And the FBI went out and he got arrested. Now he's waiting trial. But this guy,
here's your son.
Yeah. It's just like, so. And he was in Pennsylvania. So don't think all the people, how do I put it? Because I don't want to get canceled, right? Like, not everybody that you may think may not be as smarter in the South. There are people in the North too that aren't that smart. So
North, south, east, west, all the things.
Just in general, just in general.
Yeah, but this guy was definitely, I don't know. Like I said, the thought of humanity sometimes, if you didn't laugh at it, you'd probably be freaked out by it.
But still, I think it's social media and like more coverage, I think makes a difference. Because, you look back, freaking witch trials. Are you kidding? Like, if you go way back in history, bad stuff's been happening. Crusades has been happening
For a
forever.
long time, yeah.
It just wasn't widely announced to the public.
Right.
People didn't realize this stuff was happening, but it was happening. The Crusades, the witch trials, there's so much bad stuff.
What was it with the witch trials? Like, if you got dunked and
they
drowned,
would dunk you. If you drowned, you were innocent. If you survived, you were a witch and you would be hanged.
So there was no winning. There was no winning.
There was no winning. And if you wouldn't admit to being a witch, they would crush you with rocks and you would die. Or, they would, light you on fire and see what happened. Because if you were a witch, you would put out the fire. If you survived the fire, you obviously were a witch and they would kill you a different way. Are you kidding right now? This is ridiculous. But that's how it was. And none of this was on social media. But if it was on social media, everybody would have known about it and people would have put a stop to it earlier on. I hope.
I feel like there was a skit in there that could have been part of History of the World Part 2 as well. Like,
I know,
the
right?
stupidity of people. Like,
That's a close-up of a hand right there.
Yeah. just like
Hello, Todd's hand.
just like a witch. Like, how do I win at this again?
I felt like he was just touching my face there. It was just
well, gently, not like Ike Turner. So.
No, not like Ike Turner. It was just like, oh, there it is. Okay.
But we were talking about the bomber that got caught earlier today trying to put the 2 bags on the plane. I pulled up the piece and was looking at it, and Dave, beer in front, he actually works for one of the airlines that they had heard some stuff on it too. But it was
I know
Yeah.
to get to the bathroom, I have to pass the TV where she was watching this show. So I actually got to hear you the whole time, which was super fun.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it was like there was another airline last week, and there was a lady. I don't know what she thought she. I don't know what people think they're going to do at 30,000 feet in the air, but some lady trying to get into the cockpit, like maybe restrain or whatever. I'm like,
because this is the place I belong. What?
Yeah. I'm like, if I'm on a plane and somebody's trying to rush a cockpit, like anything after 9/11 is automatic beat down. You just attack the people and take them down.
Right.
Like, yeah.
There's enough strangers on that plane who will take your ass to the ground. There's no question.
Yeah. I mean, apparently if she got that far, we don't have the marshals on planes anymore. So we got to take it in our own hands to, you know. But I'm like, and I've been on some planes recently where it's kind of like some of the pilots are a little more lax. I mean, I guess they close the door at a point, but there's times when the door is open. So I guess people could try to do that, but it's just like.
Well, I know, but a lot of the patrons, the people who are there on the plane, are keeping a watch on the people around them because they're scared too. So there's a little bit.
Well, you get people that try to open the door up in flights.
I mean, if you're seated at the window and some guy sits in the aisle in your little row and he's talking to himself about like bombs and shit, you're gonna say something. You don't let that go. You don't.
Please keep an eye on one eye.
Oh, he's fine. He's just confused. No, you don't let that go. If he's like, jumping up all of a sudden and then he sits back down and he jumps up all of a sudden, you think about, hey, what's this guy up to? That is a thing that you think about. Now, I'm not saying you're going to go all Karen and say, hey, let me talk to your manager kind of stuff, but still, you're aware of the people around you. You're aware of the child kicking your seat in the back. You're aware of the crying baby 3 rows down. You're aware of those things.
If I got a guy talking to himself next to me, I'm going, Bobby De Niro, taxi driver. You talking to me? You talking? Well, who the hell are you talking to? You talking to me?
Exactly. Like people on planes are more focused on what's happening around them now. Like we used to all just.
I don't know. A lot of people on the planes don't want to be. A lot of people on planes don't want to be bothered. They kind of put themselves in a box and try not to. Some people sit there like, I don't want to look. Like I don't want to look over there.
But
I don't think they all do. I think some people are like, I don't want to look over there. I don't want to look over. Like they just sit there and hope somebody else will do something.
We are in a complete media.
I mean, you the guy
of fear right now.
I don't understand.
Of fear.
I don't even know how it happens, but the guy that months ago was on a Southwest airline that was pleasuring himself next to a woman, like, how do you even do that on a plane? Like nobody noticed it. I'm like,
for God's sake, go to
this
the bathroom.
isn't like an international flight where you got a little cubicle. Like in America, we all got these little rows that are tight as hell. How does somebody not notice this guy over there under the blanket doing stuff?
But I heard about one who was I'm a sex addict. It's not my fault. I heard about one who fought it because he was saying he was a sex addict and he didn't have control. And so, I mean, I'm sorry. Like, there's a little cubicle called bathroom. Like, fuck, just go away. Like, are you kidding? Oh my God.
Go lock yourself up for just a few minutes.
Take your 3 minutes because that's all it's going to take you. Like, seriously, go away.
Yeah. There's certain things you do like you said. There's certain things that a beat down is allowed to happen. It's allowed to happen. It's just You
want to join Mile High Club on your own? By all means, go to the bathroom.
JT said addiction is no excuse. It's not. I mean, dude. Yeah. That's just. I don't even know what I would do if I saw like on a plane. I'd just be like, dude, like what the, just.
Like, quit elbowing me. What are you doing? What's the matter? What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing over there? Wait a minute.
That's not my knee in the back of your seat.
Rod.
And you see people like do stuff like I see stuff when it was like, what would you do if this was you? And like someone's hair would be draped over the back of the airline seat. I'm like, serious? I've never had that come up, but I'm like, I would probably tell them, hey, your hair, can you move your hair? Like, I don't want your hair in my freaking peanuts over here, as I'm or doing something. If they don't move their hair, you start pulling on it or something.
Just to be fair, when I was about 13 years old, my hair was also down to my waist, and my mother lived in Phoenix. I lived in Illinois, so I would fly to see her all by myself quite often. And I may have done that hair up and just flip it over the back without realizing what I was doing. But if someone said something, I would pull it back and oh my God, I'm so sorry. I felt very embarrassed about it. That happened one time when I was 13 years old, and I felt terrible because I didn't really think about the fact that there's someone behind me. It didn't occur. So as
even
a 13-year-old, it's fine. But if it's like a 30,
if you're a
40-year-old,
grown woman, if you're like a kid, I can understand that. Like
no,
you're just not
I
aware of
didn't
it.
get it. I was
But
by
if you're
myself.
like a grown person or like the people
a grown person shouldn't be doing that shit.
Like if you're sitting there and someone has a window seat behind you, and all of a sudden their leg is next to you by your window, like what the?
Oh, I've had feet come through on either side of my seat before.
I'm dropping the elbow, I'm cracking knuckles or something, I'm busting toes.
I'm super uncomfortable about feet. I'm feet phobic. I get really upset about feet. Yeah. And when I've had non-shoed feet coming through between my seats, I have definitely stood up and said something because I'm very upset about the situation because I don't want to smell your toe fungus. I'm sorry.
That's one of those times on the airplane, like MF, have you lost your mind?
Yeah, right.
3 hours on a plane, I cannot smell your toe fungus this whole time. I can't do this. So it's upsetting.
This little piggy got cut off. That's what happened.
Yes, right.
But
now they call you Nine Toes.
They left that one out of the story.
But I've also been sat next to folks who had a seeing eye dog or someone who had not emotional support, but like a dog that's there for other reasons, for whatever reason it happens to be. And I love that. I think that's wonderful because first of all, it's a row of 3 and the middle row is for the dog to curl up, which is lovely. But people get really ticked off about that, and I don't understand that.
I'm not a big fan of pets on the plane. I mean, I can understand where people may have them, but as long as the pets are
chill,
fine, they're chill. No, but it's like I've seen people bring their pets on, right? So you get on a plane, like maybe people haven't flown before, but anytime you're sitting there, you have to have your luggage or whatever either the top bin or under the seat. So the flight attendants will be like, well, you need to put your thing under the seat because the pets will usually be in the bag. And people get shocked by it. I'm like, have you not flown before? Like, you can't just sit there. Just like if you had a kid, you can't have the kid on your lap on takeoff. You got to put him in the seat next to you, unless it's a baby. So
see, people don't think about actual turbulence. So I've been on planes that had turbulence to the point where things have popped open and baggage was flying around. I've been on planes that happened. There is a reason for those rules.
Yeah.
Those rules are there for a reason. So put your pet, like if it's a little dog and he can go under the seat, he'll be safer there. He'll be happier there because when the plane turns upside down, he's not flying on the ceiling.
He's on the ceiling.
Come on.
Yeah.
Or when the something comes open, he's not flying out the plane. Like, no, there's a reason for those rules. Like, come on, people.
Honestly, some of the pets are more chill than some of the kids on there. Like they have.
I know.
But I always give a sense of empathy because kids are tough anyway to have them travel. They have them be in that certain way for a certain time frame, right? So it's hard to have kids sit still for a few hours on a flight. But I will say, if you're going to give the kid a video game to play or a phone, that's fine. Yeah. Give them the damn headphones too. Nobody else wants to hear the kid playing the game.
For God's sake.
You're right, true. Yeah.
So I had a flight where the person next to me was watching a movie. It was not Brokeback Mountain, but it was similar to Brokeback Mountain. I don't know
similar
the
movie to Brokeback Mountain.
Well, yeah, I mean, just you know what I mean. It had certain scenes that were a little more adult, right?
Oh yeah.
And it was between 2 men in the scenes. So this woman behind us got up and started berating this person next to me for watching this movie because their kid could see it between the seats and this kid was being traumatized by this person's movie. And I'm thinking, dude, stop letting your child watch the movie then. Give them some
Yeah, right.
Big T
coloring
says
book
it
or
was called
something.
strap. It was called strapping canes.
Because the kid couldn't hear the dialogue. They were just seeing the movie, and it was inappropriate on a couple levels, sure, but
And hey, if
I mean,
everybody puts it on
do
there,
control your
like,
child. Like, don't expect some, random stranger next to me to not watch his movie just because you're like not paying attention to your kid. It was crazy.
Exactly.
I'd be like, ma'am, your argument's not with me. Your argument's with the airline.
I know,
They're
right?
the ones that chose the movies for the flight. I'm an adult. I don't care.
Well,
what
no,
you
he
think
was
about
watching it on his phone. He wasn't
Oh.
watching it on a screen or anything. It was on his phone.
I thought it was a
But the
movie
kid,
thing. Okay.
the kid was peeking
still.
through the crack.
Well, that's a kid
and
problem. That's the
watching
parents.
his
Yeah.
screen. And the kid
Yeah.
was like, "Mommy, those two guys are touching each other," and Mom freaked out. And it's like, "Oh my god."
Yeah.
Yeah, but control
honestly,
your child.
Okay, here's the funny part. When the kid said, "Mommy, those two guys are touching each other," she stood up, and it was a guy in the center, and it was me and another woman on the other side. And the mom got confused because she's wondering what two guys are touching each other. And then she realized the kid was watching the screen and then requested that he stop watching the movie he was watching during the flight because the kid was watching it. And I'm like,
Yeah.
dude, control your kid. What are you
Yeah.
doing?
So what did he do? Did he or no?
Oh no, he kept watching the movie, and the
Oh,
flight attendant
okay.
told her to,
Mind your business.
attend her child and make her
Yeah.
child pay attention to something
Yeah.
else. So she switched seats with him. He was in the middle seat. You couldn't see the middle guy's screen anymore. But
Yeah.
oh my god, it was like, are you kidding, lady? Like,
Maybe be a
this
parent and have a
actually happens. This is a thing that happens.
It's like maybe be a parent and have a conversation with your child.
Exactly. Have
Just
a
saying.
conversation saying, hey, sometimes different people do different things, and it's cool. Just relax. And here's a coloring book. Have fun. Like, oh my god.
If you can't hold your liquor, it's time to leave the party for a while. Well, depending what the party is, yeah. I mean, I've been at parties where some people should have left before they actually did. And yeah, I know what you're saying. The nighttime when there's
Probably shouldn't actually showed up, and they did.
In the 90s, or the nighttime winter storm, I was sitting on the plane, and the pilot approached me and looked at the window and said, "Hey, what do you think?" I said, "I don't know." He said, "Let's give it a shot."
Oh, I love everything about that. And it's scary on so
That's
many
pretty
levels.
funny.
I love it.
Well, until you flow through a thunderstorm on a propeller plane, you ain't seen nothing. That was what I had to do. That was crazy.
100% been there, and it's terrifying.
It was pre-flight, just to be accurate, he said. Yeah. Although talking about the airlines, one thing that has me concerned right now is they had another one that just, I guess yesterday or today, like two planes almost ran into each other on the runway again.
Really?
Yeah, like one was coming in to take off. One was taking off and one was being taxied to the runway. And I forgot what airlines it was, but it's like the fifth time in the last, like, since the beginning of the year or last month and a half or whatever it was. But it's just like, who the hell is taking lunch breaks and they're letting these planes do this in the tower? Like, I don't know what's going on, but you had some that bumped into each other and stuff like that. So now I don't got to worry about people putting bombs on planes. I got to worry about the planes even getting off the damn ground.
Well, this is one of those legitimate moments where you say to a person, hey, you had one job.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You had one job that no planes run into each other. That's literally your thing.
Oh, I'm waiting for the Hello, Mr. George. I'm waiting for the Hello, Mr. George video from the taxi of the runway or something, of an airplane running into something. It's just like, it's got to be coming at some point. Like,
I ain't watching that.
Hello, Mr.
If I
George.
watch it, I can't fly again.
How much you pay the new guy? $5? Too much.
So I am intensely scared of takeoff and landing on planes. I can't help it. Once I'm in the air, I'm fine.
Yeah.
But the takeoff and the landing, I have made several people uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Just because I get so scared and I don't think about it, but I grab onto
So you grip the seats. Yeah.
I grab onto the armrests, even if there's someone's arm there. And I'm grabbing on for dear life because I'm terrified on takeoff and landing. That's it.
Yeah.
And I've definitely made some people uncomfortable.
Takeoff doesn't really bother me. It's that
I can't help
That's
it.
what
I
I was
can't
gonna
help
say.
it.
when you get about probably about like 1,000 or 2,000 when they start shifting the gears. You hear the
Yeah.
gears shifting and stuff. That kind of like sometimes I feel like sometimes there's like a drop when in between the gears sometimes. But once you get up there, go, and then when you're landing, coming down doesn't really bother. I can tell when we're coming down because my ears start popping and stuff like that and everything.
Yeah.
But I'll start measuring like distance wise, and I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
we're just above tree level. We're at tree level, so I'm like, all right. So if we crash at this point, we can get out of this. I was just like, we should make it out of this if something were to happen right now.
I'm kind of saying, like, I don't mind takeoffs, but the landings.
So I don't know if either of you have ever flown in.
Part of it more so than the takeoff.
Yeah.
I don't know if either of you have ever flown into St. Thomas.
I'm
St.
not-
Thomas,
not into St. Thomas,
U.S.
no.
Virgin Islands.
Yeah.
So St. Thomas, when you're coming into the runway, it's a cliff just before the runway happens. So you're seeing water, runway, and you're landing. Like
Mhm.
it's very sudden. So I lived in the Caribbean for a few years, and I used to fly into St. Thomas or into Puerto Rico, one or the other, and both of them are a cliff just before the runway. And I had a flight that came into Puerto Rico at the time, and there was a storm, not a terrible storm, not a tropical storm or hurricane or anything like that, but it
Mhm.
was still a storm. And they tried 4 times to land and didn't make it, and they had to pull back up and circle and try again.
Mhm.
4 times. 4 times. By time number
That's like
2,
that's like bad parallel park.
yeah. By time number 2, about 20%. Yeah. By time
You're on the curve.
by try number 2, 20% of the people were praying. By try number 4, 80% of the people were praying. And you could hear them. They were praying out loud for the safe return of this plane. Like try number 4, it was 80% of the people were like, please God, please God. And it was scary. So we did the 5th try. They did land, and it was okay. We were fine. But that is one of the scariest experiences I've ever had in my life. And
You should have done then. You should have started to wave. Like,
Yeah.
woo!
I know, right?
We're down.
Because your stomach has gone up into your throat about 6 times by that point. And it's like,
Yeah, I see the people.
yeah.
I would see the people praying, and I'd be like, Elizabeth, I'm coming.
You look around your seat and you see like you can see about 10 people from where your seat is, right?
Mhm.
And I swear of those 10 people, 8 people were sitting there going like this or like this, hoping that everything
That wouldn't
was gonna
surprise
be
me too
okay.
much because Caribbean is a big religious culture, so I can see a lot of people,
Oh yeah, it was intense.
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
intense. And I mean, I was scared of takeoff and landing before that happened, so I was broken. Literally,
Yeah.
my soul broke into pieces. I didn't know how to function anymore.
Now I have flown into LaGuardia before in New York, which is kind of a similar way. It's like water then runway, and you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was in West Virginia, Charleston, their airport, Chuck Yeager Airport. They kind of come off of a side of a hill or mountain, and they did have a crash one time back in like the 70s or 80s, whatever. Where those kind of things can be definitely pretty scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do not recommend. Plus, if you fly into St. Thomas or Puerto Rico and you're going to the the British Virgin Islands, you could take one of the little boats that land on the water.
Yeah.
That's even scarier. I'll tell you what.
Oh, that's the one that
was terrifying.
That's the one that I think that
it's
Rihanna,
like
Rihanna
4
died
people.
on.
4 people. There's the pilot and like 3 others, and you're like coming in on the water, and you're like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah,
it was terrifying.
I was saying Rihanna, not Leah. She died on a plane like that when they were landing in the
Leah,
Caribbean.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
they had too much
She was
luggage and
Queen of
stuff.
the Damned.
Yeah, too much luggage. Like people do overpack them sometimes. It was too much luggage. They said it actually caused that, but
Yeah.
Yeah, through the fences. JT was talking about in the 70s and the drive-through play straight up X-rated movies. That's better than back in watching cable trying to look at the scramble signal.
That's what it was when I was a kid. There was a
Yeah.
X-rated drive-in theater.
No.
Drive by
Here's
there.
the fun thing about the drive-in theaters. You go to the G-rated movie over here, but you can turn yourself slightly and see like Species playing on the other screen with the like naked alien lady, and you're like, oh yeah, I got this. Like, no, that was the fun.
I have not. Have you seen that airport at St. Martin? Did you go to St.
I
Martin?
have. I've been to the beach. I stay on the beach and have the planes go right over your head.
That's what he said, like 10 feet from the beach.
I was there with a friend who was playing at the piano bar there, and we stayed on the beach, which is actually a topless beach. Not everyone does that, but it was a topless beach. And then they have the planes coming in. It was nuts. It was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I bet people wanted the window seat on those planes.
I know, right?
Yeah, right. That'd be a big fight over that one.
Honestly, the wind from the plane is so strong that you get knocked down. So honestly, if your top's not tied properly, it will go.
Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely saw some things I didn't want to see. There were some, French tourists who did not need to be topless.
Just call them Tommy knockers.
Because St. Martin is French and Dutch.
Oh, yeah,
is
it
the
is.
island. So half of it is French, half of it is Dutch. And yeah, you get some tourists that you don't necessarily want to see without their tops on, for sure.
Yeah, when I studied French in grade school, St. Martin's we would talk about. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
Selling life insurance, or competing counters selling life insurance. That's funny.
It's weird. I just heard Chew yelling from downstairs, and I'm like, what did I say that got him yelling? I just heard him shouting from downstairs.
He's probably saying, "When are we going to St. Martin?" So we're probably
it's probably Where we going? Let's go.
St. Martin is a beautiful island.
Yeah.
Wonderful people. Honestly, the people who live on that island are amazing human beings, and they go through a lot of hardship to live there. Yeah. And yeah, if you ever get a chance to check out St. Martin, it's so worth it. Yeah. It's so worth it. Dutch side, French side, doesn't matter. You're going to have a great time.
They probably got smarter people than here because they don't have to deal with shit that makes them dumb.
Hey, cheers to that. Oh, choose up here now to tell me what he was shouting about.
The people that you didn't want to see.
The people I didn't want to see topless?
Those were the guys.
Those were the guys? No. I promise you it was the women.
Those were the guys.
That's what he was shouting about. I didn't know.
Well, let's face it, some beaches, guys should be wearing tops.
Right.
So, having lived in the Caribbean for 3 years, I can tell you that the Speedo is a thing that needs to be outlawed.
Oh, I saw that when we were
Dominican
Republic and we went to Jamaica and stuff like it. There's still some countries where they still wear Speedos.
Yeah, I can get behind that one.
No, that is a thing that needs to be ended immediately.
Right.
Why? Oh my god!
Like why?
And some people go balls out when it's vacation.
They do. So
literally,
the island I was on was actually pretty specific about their rules. So the high-end hotels, you could go to those hotels without staying there, but you could go and visit the spa, you could visit the restaurants, whatever. As a person living there, you could do that. But they had buffet a lot for like breakfast, lunch, things like that. Mm-hmm. They had strict rules that you couldn't wear a swimsuit to get your food from the buffet. Because a lot of times you would have these people in their swimsuits leaning over the food. Oh, yeah. And you're like, nope. So the island I was on was Virgin Gorda, and they were very strict about the rules. They would not let people in their swimsuits lean over the buffet or like.
I got no problem with that. It's like
they were sitting on the edge of the. No, that didn't happen there. So Thank goodness for that, but ew.
I mean, sneeze
guards
guards and stuff like that are there for a reason. I always wonder about it when they put sneeze guard. Like, what about the short people that they're too small for the sneeze guard? Like, what are you gonna do with them? Like, somebody should get
Are
their
you
plate and bring it
discriminating
back.
against short people now?
If you go to the amusement park, you got to be a certain height to ride a ride. You got to be a certain height to get food from the buffet. Have somebody else go for you, but you can't go up there yourself. Or standing behind them and be like, "Yeah, get me some of that. Get me some of that. Get me some of that." But you can't step up to the line because you're too short. Just just like when you order from the butcher at the store or whatever. Not that one. Not that one. Yeah, give me that one. Give me that one. Yeah, stand back. But no, when we went to Jamaica last, they were the same way. Like, yeah, dude, you couldn't go into the buffet type thing. Like, if you're a woman in your bikini or whatever, you had to wear like a cover up or whatever. And like guys had to wear like a shirt or whatever. You couldn't just come up there with shorts, like bare chested and stuff like that. So I'm okay with that. Nobody wants hair in their food or something else as well. You know? But yeah, sneeze guards, definitely. If you're too short for the sneeze guard, you should not be at the buffet.
But people who have dwarfism, what are they supposed to do?
I mean, some places they give you some places they'll give you the glass, they'll give you the plastic front and the sneeze, so you got like full protection. You just reach under it, right? If they don't have that, sorry, I can't help you, son.
Life's not fair.
Or people in a wheelchair who can't stand up. Like, I don't know. They should be able to look at the food before they get it.
That's what I'm saying.
They shouldn't say, "I want scalloped potatoes," without seeing what the scalloped potatoes look like.
If
the scalloped potatoes look green, they don't want it.
We'll even dedicate a person to put the food on the plate for you. You just point to what you want, and we'll get it taken care of. Have your own personal valet to get you all set. But you can't if you're too short that you possibly contaminate the food. We can't have you up there. We don't want no sneezing.
So, Chu just said first. He said no G-strings at the seafood place, and then he followed that up with, "I think you want this beer. It's called Fierce Female. It's from Scorched Earth Brewing Company. It's an IPA, and it is a 7.4% ABV. So, just so you know, I'm having a beer called Fierce Female."
I think Chu's trying to Bill Cosby you tonight. I'm just going to say that. I think he's trying to Bill Cosby you.
Dude, you'd have to not be willing for Bill Cosby though. That's different.
Well, okay. Yeah. That's true.
Because opposed to a lot of the things I say on the channel, I do kind of love that guy.
Kind of, just a little bit,
just
right?
A smidge.
Just a smidge,
I just love him to bits. As much as I don't like kissing a paintbrush when he has the mustache going, I do adore him on several levels.
I mean, as bad as Bill Cosby was, it wasn't like he was Ron Jeremy. Like, Ron Jeremy literally worked in porn and you're still attacking women. Like, you literally, your job is to literally have sex every day. Like, you're literally paid to do that. I think he would
have gotten enough, but nah. Is he one of the addict type ones? Is that?
I mean, you would think if you're working all day, you might want to rest at night, but apparently,
you would think so.
But he is the hedgehog, as they called him.
So
maybe it should have been a honey badger. Honey badger don't care. Maybe that should have been his name.
Honey badger don't care.
One thing I do want to say to break up the Bill Cosby talk. So this can art has Anne Frank, Taylor Swift, Kamala, Frida, Malala, RBG, and Maya, and Amelia Earhart, all on the can art. So kind of fun.
Who'd you say, Maya?
Maya Angelou.
Okay.
Yeah, Maya Angelou. So Anne Frank, Taylor Swift, which Taylor Swift doesn't really fit in with most of those, in my opinion.
She's done a lot for shape the music industry now. I give Taylor props.
Well, yeah, I give her props for music, but I don't know that I give her props for Fierce Female.
I mean, why not? I mean, her music's challenging. Her music challenges different things that are taking place.
I mean, okay. The I'll write your name, the pen click, whatever. Like, she's
I mean, she takes on
Right,
some
but
issues on
she's-
stuff.
But her songs kind of write off men, and I don't think that's proper. I don't think we need to write off men as feminists.
Well, there's a
think
lot
we
of
need
feminists that kind of take
I
that
know,
thing,
and
not to
that's
write off, but say
disgusting.
we don't need to do what we need to do. So I mean, it's
No,
a strength thing.
it's no. You can have strength without belittling someone else. I don't agree with feminists who tear down men just because men had power before. That is not okay.
Okay.
My husband
Yeah.
is an amazing human being who appreciates that women are strong, and he accepts that women can have their voice and they can have their independence.
hmm
And not every man is the patriarchy or whatever they call it in feminism. Not every man is that.
True.
Not every man is that rich white guy who has taken advantage of all the time. Todd, I've met you in person. You are not that person. You are not a person who is going to take advantage of a woman just because she's a woman. Rod, I know you. You would never take advantage of a woman because she's a woman. That's not a thing that you would do. Most men, 80% of the men, in my opinion, are not going to take advantage of women because
Right.
they appreciate women for what they can do. There's a small percentage of
JT's
men
right.
who are
Yeah.
problematic, but men are integral to this society that we have. Men are integral to everyday life. Men are different from women, and that's good. I love that. I love the process that we go through to come to terms with how we are and who we are and how we live. That is important. And regardless of what the feminist thing is, where you're supposed to hate all men, fuck that. I don't believe in that. Men are amazing in
Yeah.
their own right. Women are amazing in their own right, and I give them both props all the time. So yeah, I feel very strongly about this, that there should be equality in an interesting way, because honestly, men have strengths that women don't. Women have strengths that men don't. Why can't we work together and make the world a better place? It disgusts me that people are like, oh, women should run the thing because we haven't had a chance yet. No, screw that. Just because we haven't had a chance yet doesn't mean we're, the best fit for the job. That's ridiculous. We need to run it together. We're all humans and we can all make this work, but we have to work together.
It would make too much
So-
sense.
Yeah.
I apologize. I
as-
definitely got on a soapbox there for a second.
But
I'm
as-
sorry, but
But
I
as
feel
a
very
man,
strongly.
I would say we messed up a lot of shit. So I wouldn't mind if women did a lot of other stuff
Yeah,
too.
right.
I think women could actually probably do better than a lot of men in different things.
But to be fair, women have screwed up a lot of shit too. I mean, it's. I mean, we're as in control of that shit, but we screwed it up too. Like
Right
we
now, as
didn't
much.
run.
I don't know. I don't know if women have had the opportunity to really screw up a lot of stuff.
Oh, give us a chance. We'll do it.
I mean, I'm not saying they
We're
won't. I'm not
super
saying
good
they
at screwing
can't.
up stuff too.
I mean, I'm just thinking if you look at, like, for instance, I'll use Britain. Many consider their best prime minister Margaret Thatcher, who was a woman.
She
There's
had
a
good
lot of
points and bad
women.
points, just like every other prime minister they've
No,
ever had.
I'm not saying she was perfect or anything like that. I mean, there's definitely a lot of other stuff that women have done to kind of shown having an opportunity. Like I said, we're drinking beers. Beers was created by women. Beers was done. First brewmasters were women that were actually doing
That's
a lot
true.
of stuff. So I
That's
mean,
true.
not that all, like I said, all men aren't going to screw something. I just think that a lot of women are more thought forward. There's a different process on different things.
Yeah.
There's some women that are not as great either. I mean, you
Oh,
mentioned
yeah,
some of the women on
there's
there. There's a lot of
some that
people
are
that
terrible.
there's a lot of people that consider, like, you mentioned Kamala. There's a lot of people that don't like Kamala and think that she doesn't really do a lot. She's just kind of in that position as a coattails type thing as
Yeah.
well.
But
there's-
similar to what we were talking about before, there were bad people in history. There are bad people now. We're seeing it more because we are subject to more of that social media. Like, you can see all the bad things that are happening.
Mhm.
But a lot of that is focused on what men have done wrong because men are still kind of running things. But if
Oh
women
yeah.
were running things, it would be the same thing. If women had been running things for all of history,
But see, I don't
it
know if
would
that's the
still be the
case.
same thing.
I don't know
We
if it
would
would
still be
be.
seeing all the problems that the things that they did wrong.
I
And
think there's
I
a
think
different.
both need to work together.
I think there's a different aspect, from my understanding, where it's more the maternal versus paternal. I think when you're looking at the side that brings life into the world, there's maybe a little bit more empathy done on the female side of things than the male side of things, where we think, well, just going to do this, we're going to do that. Where I think women are a little bit more easier to give someone of a second chance nature than what the male may do. I'm just thinking in that
And
type of aspect, I think there's a different bond that's formed from women, possibly to child, than say a man to a child.
and
So
I appreciate your viewpoint on it. And being a female who has chosen not to have children to this point, nearly 40, not having children, um, I know that I sit closer to the male perspective than the female perspective on childbearing because I have chosen not to do that. But, you know, I've met men who are more empathetic than women I've met.
oh, I can definitely see that too.
Oh, yeah.
I can see that for sure. Yeah.
I've met women who are more
I
uh
see more women that are more guys than some guys.
what's the word? The masculine side of things.
Mhm.
And
Sure, yeah, yeah.
I do have a tendency to lean a little more on the masculine side. Not necessarily how I dress, but how I present myself. I do present
Mhm.
myself a little more forward. I am not worried if someone calls me uppity because fuck that shit. But but yeah, I lean towards a more masculine position because I was raised by a man. I was raised by a male human who was a factory worker. RS Pirate, you guys saw him on here
Yeah.
earlier. He raised me to be in control of my situation and to be in control of my life. And I know I generally have a masculine versus feminine view on a lot of things, but
I can,
you can be a feminist without being ridiculously rude to men. You
sure. My
can.
wife's
You
that same
can.
way. She's the same way. She's a feminist, but she's like you're saying there. But I
Yeah,
think like talking about like your dad, and from what I've seen there, I can definitely see him teaching you to always respect yourself and not let anybody disrespect you out of that, and kind of give you that more of that
exactly.
core there. So I can definitely
Yeah.
understand that.
And if there's a problem with the car, you can't fix it. That's me. I fix
Yeah.
the car. If we have to build furniture, you can't do that. That's me. But that's how I
But
was
that's the strength and the weakness of you of the
raised
pair, right?
from.
You
Right.
work. That's how you work together on stuff
It
like that.
is.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's electrical. He's electrical engineer. He can handle all the electricity in the house. He can handle a lot of technical issues, the computer stuff, the microphones. Like he handles that stuff, and I have no clue. I'm
Yeah.
absolutely hopeless at that. And thank God I have him because oh my God, I couldn't run our microphones without him. Thank God I have
Yeah,
him.
it's the thing with JT there. I think this, but then it gets into the whole stereotyping thing. Like I have great friends from the South that are
Right.
not that way, but I'll use like EB, like Alan. He used to get stuff because he's from Alabama
Yeah.
and down in South Carolina, and he'd have stuff he post or whatever, and people would just assume because he had the big beard, all kind of stuff, that he was like a
Mhm.
racist on stuff. And it's like there was nothing even close to being like that. And we'd have discussions and talk about it, and it's just like I would like respond like what are you talking about? Like to the people that respond back, like this is nothing, but you're just putting that stereotype out there. So
Assumptions.
But
Yep.
you
is
can't.
that's the one thing you always have to look past those things, because so much has been ingrained into people to think a certain way or to learn
I
a certain
know.
way, and that's just the history with the country. Like I used to always tell people, I said, if you take America and you flip the letters around, it spells out "I am race." I mean, it's right there, literally in front of you, and people don't realize that. And that's how a lot of it is
Yeah.
actually done, indoctrinating a lot of people. So you have to get to know
Yeah.
the people past that point, and so it's a crazy thing that we actually live in that regard. But yeah, So you always have to
So-
be careful about those assumptions.
The gender thing I've dealt with a long time. As far as race goes, my town got our first black family when I was in senior year of high school, and I didn't have a lot of
Yeah.
it was a town of what 1,200, 1,300 people, and that was surprising to a lot of people, and a lot of people had a hard time with it, especially I'm assuming that family.
Yeah.
Though they weren't in my year, so I didn't have a lot of interaction with that family, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
but my town was whitewashed from the very beginning. Like, it's ridiculous. And then I went and lived in the Caribbean, where I was the minority.
Mm-hmm.
And I had never experienced that before. I didn't know what that was. And it was a whole different experience for me. I learned a lot about what that means to be the odd one out. And
Right.
I was there for 3 years. Coming back, I had a very different view on the world. That is true. I'm not saying that my view is perfect. I'm not saying that my view is right. I'm just saying that my view is different because I experienced something that most folks from my town never would have experienced.
Sure.
And I truly, truly believe, hey, you do you, boo, and it's all good, as long as it's not hurting anyone. I really feel strongly about that. If you're not hurting someone and you're just living your life, I really feel that's the best way to be.
Yeah.
And so many people feel very strongly against that. And that upsets me. It's like, no, like let them enjoy their things that they enjoy. Let furries be furries. Let people who love anime love anime. Let people who love card games love their card games. Like,
I think that was our first ever furry reference on the channel, by the way.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well, I'm super happy I could help with that.
That's cool.
What's my motto?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Chu just popped in the door to say, what is his motto? Chu's motto in life, all days, every day, is just don't be a dick. Literally what he lives by. He tries not to be a dick. So if someone's being a dick, he's fine with that. They can be a dick, but he's not gonna. He's going to let them do their thing as long as they're not, like shooting up a school or anything. Let them.
He's going to take the higher road. Yeah.
Yeah, because you don't. It's so upsetting that so many things happen, but he says he can build furniture, but the stuff from IKEA he could not build.
IKEA's like
I mean,
that was me. I built the
I've
IKEA
heard of people
furniture. He knows it.
I've never went to IKEA, but I know people have come out of IKEA thinking they need an engineering degree on some of the stuff to be built. I'm just saying, it's not always the easiest stuff. I have built the IKEA
stuff. He couldn't do that. That was me.
So Mel, when you and Chu stayed here, do you remember the dresser that was in the room that you all stayed in?
Yeah, I remember the dresser. It was beautiful.
IKEA. It took me 5 hours to build that thing.
5 hours. Wow.
It's like adult Lego. I watched an NFL game and then part of the second game at 4 o'clock. It's like,
no, you can't say it took 5 hours to build when you were watching football at the same time, because you were watching football. So those two things,
you might have got distracted.
You
might have got distracted.
You can't say
not that
it
much,
took 5 hours when you were watching football at the same time.
Okay, maybe 4 total.
If you weren't watching football, it would have been a lot faster. So don't sell yourself short, darling.
It was still way too much time into it.
Or you might have said, "This has pissed me off. I need a break."
Don't sell yourself short. Just because you were watching football, I'm sorry. If I'm watching YouTube videos and I'm trying to accomplish a thing, it takes longer. That's how it is.
But the JT thing, so You know, you said like to
Thank
prove
you.
that he's not the stereotype, but that's the thing. Like, you shouldn't have to prove you're not the stereotype. Like, you should be able to
Exactly.
just be able to
Right.
You
go
shouldn't have
into
to prove, but
stuff.
people
Yeah.
shouldn't assume off the bat.
Right. 4-pack.
Oh, yes.
Did you get
The
that from
4-pack of
Dovetail?
smokes.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dovetail was amazing.
One of my great ladies, my girlfriend at the time, still had not come out. And one night, because her dad came out for some reason, so I worked in the car when I would cook dinner. He freaked out. Well, some of the old school people, like, well, you have her working in the car. You should
Yeah.
be happy. Yeah, that can happen. For all the Richards out there, Chew has his eyes like you. Stay in long form.
Wait, what are the Richards?
Dicks.
Is that
The dicks.
Richard's dicks.
oh,
The
fair
dicks.
enough.
Yeah.
Well, no. She worries about him being a dick. He's very careful to not be a dick to people that he meets. He doesn't attack people who are dicks otherwise. He just like goes away from them because ew.
Yeah. It's like, nobody wants that.
Oh, Chew switched to Ravinia Porter from. I didn't know we had any of those in the fridge, you
To the
bastard.
border from Ravinia. Yeah.
You bastard.
You
So-
bastard.
You could have did that in
I
the
didn't know
South.
we
You
had
could-
more of that.
You did like in a
I thought
South
we
Park.
were out of that one.
That was like a South Park voice there. You killed Kenny, you bastard.
I have been watching South
Yeah,
Park on
right.
occasion. So.
You bastard.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
so sorry. I took this so deep and so serious, and I shouldn't have. I apologize.
Dude,
Oh,
what's so
we're
serious?
used to it, Mal. Don't worry about it. We're used to it.
Well, that's.
Not
I
from
mean-
you. Not from you. From my counterpart.
I just had a moment where I was just like, no, men be men, women be women. Honestly, where that line blurs, I'm not worried about. I don't care. Just everyone be happy. That's the trick.
Well,
if
that's going to
everyone
be
can find a place to be happy,
that's going to be
that's
the
what we
thing.
have to do.
Getting everybody to be happy is the thing. That's I don't think you can satisfy everybody. Somebody's always going
I
to be pissed off.
know.
And that's why I don't worry about other people. You know, I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and that's me. You do you. And we roll on. So,
But that's
you know.
what it comes down to. Finding happiness
Start a
is
fight
your
club for
own
drunk
battle.
people.
Finding happiness
I
is
agree,
your own
persevere.
battle. You can't rely on anyone else for your happiness. You find
no.
your happiness from yourself.
That's how
And
it has to work.
You don't have to rely on someone else to act a certain way to feel happy. You find that happiness on your own. And if you can't, seek help. For goodness sakes.
Seek
There are
help.
places to seek help. No, there are places.
You made me
to
thinking
find
of
someone
Michael
to talk
Jordan.
to.
You ever see the Michael Jordan gif?
Yeah.
You ever see the Michael Jordan gif? He's like,
Yeah.
stop, get help.
Yes, and it's the same thing. If you're not feeling good about your own life, find a way to feel good about your own life. There's ways. There are ways. No matter what you're going through, you can find a way. And
You
I
can
have
find a
faith in everyone to figure out their own way.
I don't know if we're still talking about the craft beer as much, Trez.
Oh, Trez, I'm so sorry. I'm so
No,
sorry.
he's good. Trez is good.
I'm a terrible human. I've messed up the whole show.
Started a chess club for stoners. I don't know. I mean, that's a lot of thought processing when you're playing chess, and if you're high,
I know. That's
yeah.
a whole nother realm right there.
So, just so you guys know, Chu just texted me saying, "Hey, talk about beer again."
He's not even walking up steps anymore. He's texting you now.
He texted me to say, "Hey, talk about beer."
Make beer. He said, "Make beer great again."
Make beer great again.
No, make beer the topic of conversation again. That's different.
Well, beer isn't always a topic of Toss One Back Thursday. It's about open conversation, drinking beer, talking about beer some, but also having fun and
Ish.
whatever
Beer
we
ish.
get
Luckily,
into. Beer is,
Since
yeah.
we got this out of the way,
This would have been a great
time, the
episode for
next-
Shannon, by the way.
Yeah.
Luckily, since we get this out of the way this time, next time we won't have to talk about it again. See?
Oh, it could, things come up all the time. It might come back
Yeah, don't
again.
say-
Who knows? Yeah.
I'll say that.
Yeah. We didn't even get a mesh of an idea from Emerson tonight before we sign off. Usually Emerson says, give me like your favorite blah blah blah. Like it's like an 80s movie and a 90s song or some other shit that he'll come
I
up
know,
with.
I know.
I can't even get into Emerson's head half the way, but I'm waiting to see what Emerson thinks of the gift he's gonna get next week too. So
I'll say as soon as
Actually,
you start that-
the last Emerson one is Matt. Let's
Hustle
start a
Back
fight
Thursday.
club for cool drunk people.
Exactly, JT. By kicking off the weekend, that's right, because it's about bringing fun and having joy
That's
and
right.
enjoying with all you peeps here. And like next weekend, I don't even know what I'm going to do next Thursday, but again, it'll be the birthday anniversary
Travis.
/ show. I think I'm going to start next week at 9:00. By the way, so, but we'll do whatever. We'll have whatever. So I'll probably send out in case people want to join or something like that. But yeah, I can't believe I've been doing this channel for 8 years.
Sounds
Crazy.
good.
I work until 9 p.m. on next Thursday. I will be home about 10.
Oh, yeah.
So if you're still going, I will hop on.
So 10 of your time, 11 my time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably will be. I'm actually off that Friday. I mean, Todd.
Okay.
I mean, we're usually here. It's midnight now, but Todd may
I was gonna
jump
say.
off. But
What
Yeah.
difference does that make?
I mean, usually we're here, so yeah, so that should work. Give me the best nightmares drink you used to love. The best nightmares drink? What do you mean, like by nightmares? Oh, okay.
Dark
So
and stormy.
Why
he
the
said
word?
no. He said for him like Alabama Slammer.
Dark and stormy.
You used to like that one. That used to be your drink back in the day.
I used to like it in the Caribbean. Now I can't drink them because they make me sick.
Mm.
But it's all ginger and black rum. The black strap rum, like the really dark. I can't do it.
Oof. Well, you know,
And Merlot. That and Merlot, I can't touch.
What was that movie with Paul
Merlot
Giamatti?
made me almost drown in a hot tub, so
What was
I can't.
Yeah.
What was the wine movie with Paul Giamatti? He was like, if they're bringing out Merlot, we're out of here. Like,
Oh, that was the wine. What was that called? Wine Country or
The time machine hot tub.
no. It was Paul
No,
Giamatti.
it was
It was
about
him
the
and the guy
wine.
from Wings. They went to California.
Oh,
Sideways. That's it, JT. Yeah. He's like, if they bring out Merlot, I'm out of
Sideways.
here.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh,
Those are pretty
nightmares. Alabama Slammers, I actually used to enjoy. I haven't had Alabama Slammer in years, but I say nightmarish. Now, if I'm thinking of an actual cocktail drink, probably Long Island iced teas I used to drink a lot of back in the day, which I don't really drink those anymore. But
that's
if it's
not
like
even a thing anyone's supposed to drink. Like what?
Long Island iced tea, oh, I love Long Island iced tea.
Terrible thing.
And that was the old school one.
Literally
See,
just a mix
Yeah,
of
those-
all the well
Yeah,
drinks.
those are
the Long Island
those were
iced tea
big back in the day.
nowadays, the Long Island iced tea nowadays aren't even as good as what they were back then. We used to use 4 liquors. A lot of places use only 3 now, so it was a whole different formula we had. But it was like tequila. I think it was tequila, gin, vodka, and what was the other one? 'Cause it was all 4 clear.
You gotta have
liquors.
whiskey.
The Long Island iced tea? No, it wasn't whiskey. It was 4 clear
Yeah.
liquors.
Mm.
Might have been. Was it rum? No. I know it was tequila, Long Island. It was tequila, gin, vodka, and something else.
It might have been.
I think it might have been rum. And then you had sours, and you had a splash of Coke. But a lot of places kicked out the tequila because, tequila nowadays, you come into the party with tequila, and if you already have other people in the house, tequila's going to break some furniture. Sorry, Chew. They're going to break furniture, and that's how tequila rolls. Like, if you have tequila, take that tequila by itself. You can't
If
have
you're
tequila
drinking
join
tequila,
others.
you should remember the "don't be a dick" rule.
Yeah.
Don't be a dick.
But I would
Have tequila,
probably
don't be a dick.
now if it was off the shelf, like it's a nightmarish drink, Mad Dog, Wild Irish Roast. Ooh. In high school, good. Out of high school, not so good. Boone's Farm. Oh my god! Like
Boone's Farm.
Why
Oh
would you ever
yeah,
pick this
that
up?
was terrible.
yeah.
So for a Long Island iced tea, it says vodka, tequila, gin, rum, and triple sec.
See, we had triple sec, but then we had sour, the sour and a splash of Coke, right? Yeah. But now some places cut out the tequila.
Lemon juice and it's like a
Because
syrup.
tequila
Yeah.
makes people crazy.
But that was the fun of it.
Well, no.
Now, when I used to bartend back in the 90s, one of the most popular drinks was the Jack Daniels Lynchburg lemonades we used to make. Those
Oh,
were
yeah.
pretty popular. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Yeah, I think back to the Wild Irish Rose days. I mean, but that was like cheap alcohol. We were in high school, so it was just like that or Mad Dog. Never did Thunderbird, but you
Rod
get some of
J.
the 40 ounces of beer.
Rod,
Hmm.
I have a Wild Irish Rose drinking game.
No.
that I'm going to
Why
make
would there
you
ever be a
play.
game with that? Why would there ever be a game?
Yeah, why?
This
Why?
There's a Wild Irish Rose drinking game that I'm going to make you play when you come to visit.
Uh-oh.
You
done
want me
opened
to?
up
You want me to add puke to your house?
Yeah. I'm going to sell it on the internet like a fart in a jar. It's a Rod J. Puke.
Rod J.
So-
A lot of money off this.
It'll be as big as Banksy. Big as Banksy. Yeah.
Rod J. special coming your way.
Yep.
God, I don't even know what that would even taste like nowadays, thinking back. I mean, we had Shannon do the Mad Dog 2020, and by her expression, I feel like I would be on the same wavelength. Like, why did I ever drink this? But
I
yeah.
heard the door open.
Because it was cheap and available.
Problems are happening. Oh, here. So, at the Ren Fair that we go to, there is Iris and Rose. They are a duo that sings, but they gave us this drinking game, and this is what I'm going to make you play when you come to visit.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Collect- You should do a video about the game.
Oh, we're going to. We're
Yeah.
going
Rod's
to
already
with
breaking
you
up
in it.
Not we.
Yeah.
He's already
I feel like that's a bad idea.
It's the
Still got
Iris and Rose drinking game.
Still got months
It's
to go.
signed. It's literally signed by Iris and Rose. You're done for. This
Oh,
is
God.
this is how
Some
it's
tell me-
decided.
Something tells me he's gonna be sick for that convention. He's gonna make it.
Yeah.
We're gonna
Trent-
have a good time.
Trent
You
said
just
3
wait till you
wise
come to
men.
visit.
I don't. 3 Wise Men is actually a shot that I know of. I don't know if I ever had the 3 Wise Men, but
Really?
I don't think I ever did.
What, that's Johnny Walker. What else is in the Three Wise Men? It's the Johnny Walker, the Jose Cuervo, and
I don't think I've ever had it either. I don't think.
no, it's Johnny, Jose, and
Jim.
Jim Beam. That's right.
Oh yeah.
So,
Well, see, you're
Jim
asking
Beam,
for something to
Johnny
happen.
Walker, and Jose Cuervo.
Again,
Jim Beam, Johnny Walker, and Jose Cuervo.
once the kill was introduced, things go bad.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you have to try it. And well, have you been to Chicago before?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. Yeah.
Well, I'm just making sure.
Yeah.
Have you had Malort?
No, but I know about Malort. I'm not a. I feel like Malort is going to be like me drinking Ouzo or Jägermeister. It's going to be like this black licorice type. Just punch me in the face instead. Just punch me in the face rather than give me this drink.
I mean, okay, we'll give you the choice.
Although
If
Dave,
you-
our buddy beer friend Dave, he likes Malort.
So, Rod will give you the choice. Chew can punch you in the face, not me, because I have arms like noodles, and honestly, I can't punch anything. Or you can have a shot of Malort. But so, what's the Chicago handshake? Chew's gone. I don't know. Chicago handshake is a proper drink that you have to have when you come to Chicago. So it is a shot of Malort, and then I know he's far downstairs, and he can't tell me.
He'll text you.
PBR. It's not PBR. Is he texting me? He hasn't texted me yet.
You guys should have a drink called the Speakeasy, being Chicago.
Old style beer.
Old style, thank you. So the Chicago handshake is a shot of Malort followed by a old style.
Like a chug of old style. Like
The
once
whole
you
glass.
put the thing into the
That's right. Yeah,
make it
that's
like a bomb.
Yeah.
It's not a bomb.
Why not?
It's not a bomb.
But you could make it a bomb.
No,
and they have
you
a new
don't
drink.
want it a bomb.
Then it'd be the
You don't-
Chicago. Then it'd be the Chicago shakedown instead of
Rod
handshake.
J.
Is it
Rod
just a
J,
chaser?
listen to me.
Is it just a chaser then?
Malort tastes
Jesus.
so bad, you don't want to mix it with anything.
To cover it
I'm
up, to
serious.
mask it. To
I'm
mask
serious. No, you can't mask it.
it. You could mask it
can't.
and it'd be called the Chicago envelope
You
because
can't
you're hiding it.
mask it. You take the shot of Malort
It's
and then
wormwood.
you drink an old style. No, you do not mix them because you do not want your Malort to last that long.
I believe that.
You are talking to someone who knows. Do not
Here's what
make
it-
your Malort last longer. Ever.
The idea that old
You take
style
the
is the
shot of
better
Malort.
of the two alone is kind of like, wait a minute, that's the better of the two? It's the old style.
So I
And then
looked
you
it
take
up.
a glass of old style and wash it down. But you cannot make the Malort last longer. It's bad. It's a terrible, terrible thing. It's the Bears.
The
what,
Bears. The Bears.
When the Bears are done with their practice, this is their laundry water. That is what Malort is. It's terrible.
Oh,
Do
that's
not-
terrible.
Yeah. Laundry water from the Bears practice. Do not drink this long term. No.
Oh,
He
it's
made dark and stormy a few weeks ago.
You take the shot and then you wash it down with the old style. But you must not make the Malort last longer. Oh my god. It's
Nothing
so
ever ages
terrible.
well.
I can't tell you how terrible this stuff is.
Here's what it says. I looked it up. It says, what is the main ingredient in Malort? It says it's actually made. It says it's not actually made with gasoline. The only flavoring ingredients in Jepson's Malort is wormwood,
Yeah.
a better herb known for its ability to kill stomach worms and other parasites.
Yes.
Why would you create something like this?
Because you hate the world and you want it to suffer.
But it's also the main ingredient in absinthe.
Pat O'Brien's. I've been to Pat O'Brien's down in New Orleans.
The person who made absinthe wanted the world to suffer too. So, no question.
Long and iced tea equals the mind eraser equal to that thing that used to be on piece of people mind and black. Well, man, if you have enough of them, yeah, you'll definitely,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
I used to down some Long Island iced teas back in the day.
So the
Rod,
question-
just so you know what I'm talking about with the Malort shot and then the old style after, that is literally called a Chicago handshake. That is actually
that
a
should be
thing.
that should be a Chicago shake now.
It's called a Chicago handshake, and
You know,
it needs
Google-
to happen
Google
for
that.
everyone who doesn't know.
I googled it and that's what it comes up as.
Mm-hmm.
It should be a Mr. T Rocky 3 pain.
All right, you grow out your mohawk, and we're good.
Yeah, it says paired with an old school
Old style.
Midwestern beer, most typically old style.
Mm-hmm. The
Yeah.
Chicago handshake is death in a
Yeah.
glass.
It's like,
Or
thanks,
in two
Alex.
glasses.
I'll take the punch in the nuts for 200 instead. Yeah.
Yes.
My friends used to have Magnum parties at Pat O's. It was a great giant hurricane with 20 giant straws. That's
Oh my.
really how big was that damn Magnum? Magnum of Hurricane, yeah, that would be, yeah. Also the triple sec, yeah. I did forget about the triple sec there, but yeah. But triple sec is like, yeah. Todd, you beat me to it.
I cheated you.
Yeah, you got it now. Yeah, talking about the 3 J's. That should have been called the 3 J's instead of 3 wise men. Malort's kind of overrated. It's not as terrible as we like you to think, but it's not very good either.
It's
No.
terrible.
I mean, Ouzo was
James,
terrible.
you're silly. It's awful.
And what did I have
That's
in New
an awful
Orleans?
thing.
I had absinthe down there. Absinthe was another one. I hated the taste of that. But I went to the absinthe bar on Bourbon Street.
Oh, in New Orleans?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
that's super fun.
I think I wrote my name on the bar
see,
there.
Malort and Old Style. He
Yeah.
knew. James knew.
Yeah, at the absinthe bar on Bourbon Street, people write like notes and stuff on the wall where they're all from
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So I think I wrote on there at one point, but it's absinthe, so I can't remember.
I may have, I may not have. I don't know.
It was one of those Chicago jokes knows the Windy City because of all the bullshit is liquor, not the what. Yeah, I actually heard that earlier this week, which is funny. Because I thought it was the one, but it was like, no, they were saying because of all the
No, it's all the
politicians.
bullshitters.
Yeah.
We have a lot of liars here.
A lot of lies. A lot of lies.
Honestly, I'm not one because I just can't. I've gotten too old to lie.
Well, if you lie once, you got to keep lying and keep remember because you can't remember the truth. So you got to keep lying and cover it up.
It's too much effort.
Yeah. Lies, tell me. Who was that? Tell me sweet little lies. That was what group was that?
Tell me sweet little lies.
I want to say it was. I want to say it was Thompson Twins.
I was just Gary Sayer, right? That's what I was.
I think that was who it was. Let me see. Am I right? Is my trivia mind still working correctly?
Tell me lies.
Tell me lies.
Tell me lies.
Let me see.
Oh no.
Fleetwood Mac. I was way off.
Wow.
I was way off. Ooh. Stevie Nicks. I used to like Stevie Nicks back in the day.
Shannon would have known that one probably. So let's think.
Yeah. I was way. Thompson Twins. How the hell did I get to that point? No idea. I do remember watching Thompson Twins on MTV back in the day. For you youngsters, MTV used to show concerts on Saturday nights. And I do remember watching them on one Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
Back when MTV actually showed music
videos and
You're right.
It was actually about music.
Yeah. Just think about it. People like there's a generation that grew up that didn't know MTV actually used to do music. Like, what do they think the M stands for?
Hey,
do they know it stands for music?
Radio star, damn it.
Yeah.
Video killed the radio star.
That was the first one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. No, Dire Straits, Money for Nothing was the first video, wasn't it? Money for Nothing.
No.
Was it Video Killed the Radio Star?
Yeah.
It was Video Killed the Radio Star was the first one.
I can't remember right now. Money for Nothing and the Chicks for Free.
MTV was, for their first 2 or 3 years, they were music, and then they had like
2 or 3 years. It was longer than that.
And then they had
video. They did music up to like the 90s.
And
it was in the launch of the real world. It was
the music videos, and people got interested, and people,
CJC said it was longer than 2 or 3 years. MTV came out like in 1980. Real World was really the one. No.
88?
I feel like the spring break things were kind of took it off the music part of it also.
1981 MTV.
81.
Yeah, the Real World was into 92. That was kind of the one that started to shift. Up to that point, it was music videos. It was Club MTV. It was Headbangers Ball. Late 80s, it was Yo MTV Raps. It was all so they were all doing music up until really Real World.
Yeah,
and that kind of opened them up. And then Loveline, Dr. Drew, back in the mid to late 90s, which led him to being on the Man Show later on. You know what's funny though? Now it's like, who did I see on NBC News? It was Today Show, Carson Daly. Like, that's when you feel old. Like, I remember Carson Daly being an MTV VJ.
Oh
right,
yeah, yes. He was a VJ.
Now he's on the Today Show, and I'm like, well, shit. Where are the other people at? Like,
what was that he did? It was like the top 10 video live or whatever it was called.
Yeah,
like they voted for the top videos or whatever.
He was copying the guy who did the voice for Shaggy.
Oh, Casey Kasem. This is Casey Kasem.
He was copying the Casey Kasem for MTV, and he was doing the top 10 or whatever, but now he actually does Casey Kasem's top 40, or he did it for a while. I don't know if he still does. But...
Time Heals. That was the second video. Time Heals. Yeah, 1981. Yeah, but
I love that everyone has internet access.
I do remember
at the same
Remote
time.
Control. Yeah,
Remote Control was good.
It was 1983 when they did Michael Jackson, Billy Thriller, and that changed like everything because 14-minute video or whatever, and people were like going home and watching at 8:00 when it went live and stuff. Like it was like I got to be home for the Michael Jackson Thriller world premiere type thing, and
which is funny because when my videos go live at 8:00, nobody's watching.
It was Michael Jackson. It was like, you know.
Yeah, I'm a little different than him, so fair enough. Fair enough. I'm a different entity than Michael Jackson.
I think I actually like one of the first videos that really caught my attention on MTV was probably Billy Idol. Well, I think it too. I think of Billy Idol, White Wedding. That was one that really caught my.
Yeah.
And then I think of U2 New Year's Day, which were like videos that were just like you started seeing it being more than just a song and like this whole artistic part of the video. And then the other one, there was another one that was Jeopardy. I can't remember who sung Jeopardy, but that was another one that caught my attention.
For me, it was Black Hole Sun.
Soundgarden.
Black Hole Sun
Yeah.
was a turning point for me.
More than
notice MTV.
More than Nirvana.
Yeah. The Black Hole Sun, because it had the way the scenes were set up. It caught your attention. Like it looked like everyday things, but things were wrong within the scene. And something about it just stood out to me. So Black Hole Sun definitely made a difference for me on MTV. I caught that, and I was astounded by what they did.
Yeah, the Pat Benatar
because they had the elongated smiles, and they had and then the sky was doing weird things. Like everything about it just stood out to me as a child. Like something about it just really resonated with me as something you could make a reality that wasn't real. Like how cool was that? Like you could create a reality that didn't exist, but people were watching it and people were seeing it even though it didn't exist. So that's something that always stuck in my head as Black Hole Sun really made a difference for me, for sure.
Yeah. Pat Benatar, Love is a Battlefield was one that was big.
Yeah.
It's like she was running away. Like, where's she going on that bus? Where's she going to? Like, yes. Owner of a Lonely Heart. That was a big one. Like that whole big thing there. The guys from Australia, Men at Work.
Or Men at Work.
And it was Who Can It Be Knocking Out My Door? Because he had that like lazy eye. That lazy eye freaked me out as a kid. And I was like, what the hell? Who's he looking at? I don't know who he's looking at right now. So, those are ones that kind of jumped out at me. Duran, Hungry Like the Wolf was like a big artistic type thing. Those are like the ones that kind of shifted from just being music to kind of this whole visual entertainment with it.
What's the one that had Courtney Cox?
Was that with Nirvana when she was doing it?
No.
Or was it with her? When she was whole or whatever?
No, she was Dancing with Myself.
Oh, Courtney Cox. I was thinking of Courtney Love.
No, Courtney Cox. Dancing with Myself. Yeah, because he had the half animated, half not animated. That was a big deal too.
Yeah, but then when it was like when hip hop was in there, then it was the whole Run DMC Rock Box was huge.
I was about to say the whole hip hop thing didn't happen until Aerosmith stepped in.
No, it happened before that.
No, they had crazy. Before that, they had a couple music videos, and then they had Crazy and Amazing, where they had what's her name? Liv Tyler,
Alicia Silverstone. Yeah,
and then, of course, obviously, the crossover between Run DMC and Aerosmith was beautiful.
Well, that saved Aerosmith's career, basically. Gorgeous. Well, the first Run DMC video on MTV was Rock Box that they did, which was huge for us that were into hip hop.
Yeah.
So when they did that video, that was kind of great. And then when they did King of Rock, that was huge.
Yeah.
But then Beastie Boys.
Beastie Boys, they were fun.
But then just seeing some of the stuff that started to emerge out of it and everything, because it was interesting. I was just thinking of the old Cameo videos. So I mean, it became like this, not just about the song, but what else can we give you to entertain it? The whole music video thing was just, in the 80s when it was taking off, and then into the 90s where they kind of started moving to other stuff. It was just like this whole big little mini movie type thing. You were looking forward to it. Like they would tell you like, we're gonna have a world premiere, Van Halen, Ice Cream Man, 8:00 Saturday night or whatever. You would, come see David Lee Roth and Van Halen do their video or whatever. Or it'd be like a whole story. Little Red Corvette where Prince was like huge when the first time you saw that. Like,
that was a fun one.
Yeah. So the whole MTV days were just crazy. I mean, it's funny now because you can watch them on YouTube or in your phone or whatever it may be. But back then it was like you would gather around a TV set. It's like a family type event sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, different time for sure. Tries to R.I.P. Meatloaf, and the Meatloaf stuff that he was actually doing, the group.
I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back.
All right. I'm out of house. I was interested in the album for Big Chunk of Money. I used to build videos. Yeah. Todd's still rocking. He's pretty much like he's going to die on stage somewhere. I'm a huge fan for years. About Rundgren, Meatloaf, Rock Opera, like no one. Yeah. Well, I remember when they did the Queen Bohemian Rhapsody video. That was just like, what the hell is going on here? You had so much different stuff that was happening there. It was like such a production. Bad Out of Hell was a parody to Born to Run. Indeed. Mount Cam, age of the 90s. Rock came in the age of the 80s. I came in the age of the 70s. Yes was my favorite band in high school. Yes was a terrific band. I also remember Madness, Our House is one of my favorite songs back then. Well, JT, you're not that much older than me, I don't think. I mean, I was 69, so I know we're close there, but Sober by Tool. You don't hear much about Tool. Yeah, Tool is their thing. Shadows of the Night, such a great video. Now I got freaking Love is a Battlefield stuck in my head, by the way, as I'm trying not to think about it. So I'll just send Rick Rubin. Thank you. Rick Rubin was huge. Yeah, on some of the stuff that he actually pulled off. I mean, Rick Rubin, he definitely was able to pull stuff together with him and Russell Simmons. I mean, the whole Def Jam stuff they actually built was just like huge. It was just like incredible. Lucius Jackson, the drummer, Kate Selnick was the original drummer for the Beastie Boys. See, I didn't know about the original drummer. Still, when the Beastie Boys came out initially, I know they did it as a punk band, and then they end up going into hip hop. To actually be a rap group there. Used to record music videos on VH tapes. Music videos on VH? So you taped them off like MTV. Oh, 60. Say it. So you're like just 6 years older than me now. So yeah. So just a little bit earlier. But yes, owner of a lonely heart. Oh, yeah. Flock of Seagulls, I ran from Flock of Seagulls. I ran so far away just to get away. Like, was that the one I'm thinking of? That's the one I'm thinking of with the Flock of Seagulls, right? And the guy had like 2 or 3 keyboards, like in the video. I was like, I'd never seen anything like that before. Like, how is this guy playing all these keyboards? Like, Flock of Seagulls probably the best keyboard setup I think I've ever saw. Like, yeah,
It was like
different.
mind blowing.
What was like last week we talked about like when the AHA video came out, people were like blown away. Like this went from real life to a cartoon in a video. Like, how did they do that type thing? Or like the Phil Collins, the Genesis, when they were doing the Muppet type dolls.
All right,
video. Yeah. It was interesting. MTV definitely had a run there, and I think now there might be like what MTV Classic or some MTV channels you can get where they might show some of the old videos.
Yeah,
but
we actually just got like a whole, I say just not just a couple months ago. We have like just country video station, hip hop video station.
Yeah.
And I think it's all ran on what's the one that does the videos on YouTube, which is mostly all you see the videos on now. I forget what the company is.
I'm trying to think who it is that's on YouTube.
pretty much all of them that's on there
Yeah.
now. I can't think what the hell the name of the company or the name of the video or see the little emblem down there.
You went to Ice Cube. It's a good day. You're like, yeah, that was a good day.
But anyway, there's like rock. There's like 5 or 6 different like video channels on there now, and they're different genres.
Yeah.
Vivo, is it Vivo?
Vivo. Yes. Yes. Yeah. But yeah.
And I think it's all Vivo. So like, I think it's their channels, like Vivo Hip Hop or Vivo Country or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's another thing that our generation saw from taking a video from being on TV to down to just watching on your phone. That's something that we came across in our generation.
You're right.
Kids born today don't, they would just, they see it as being on their phones or whatever, like TikTok and all that kind of stuff. Like, no, we saw the whole process of making it where it's at.
From the ground up.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we used to have TRL, call in.
Oh,
Call in, put this video on. I want to hear this. I want to see this video,
TRL was great.
Yeah.
Or Request Live.
Yeah. We had downtown Julie Brown. I mean, y'all didn't have that, younger folks.
She still DJs on one of the Sirius stations.
Oh, does she really?
Yeah. I don't remember if it's maybe it's the 80s channel that she does it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny seeing someone over. I mean, sadly, something like Dr. Dre, I guess. I'm talking about Dr. Dre from Young TV Raps. Like, he's been fighting like diabetes and stuff. Like, he had a part of his leg amputated. Like, you see him now, and it's just like, wow.
Oh, wow.
Like, yeah, it's kind of sad there. But Ed Lover's still doing some stuff, I think.
That's crazy.
I'll be the roundabout is the first Yes lyric I remember. Which one I remember song was on something that was it Toto? The song Europe, Toto?
Toto? Yeah.
Oh, Rosanna. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That song sticks out to me from the MTV days.
You got to sing more.
No, I don't. Had a tape with the Beastie Boys on one side, Run DMC on the other. I would just spin it. Yeah, that's how it was back then. Yeah, the Beastie Boys. It's funny. One of the Beastie Boys songs, I can't remember what it might be. Let It Flow, or one of the ones off their original album was actually a Run DMC song that they didn't want to do, and so the Beastie Boys asked if they could do it. It became a big hit for them as well. Rod, if you can school an IPE TV online, you can still function classic MTV. Oh, wow, okay.
Huh.
Well, a lot of stuff you go on MTV now, you can put a search in there and see a lot of the old videos and stuff. But it's definitely some good nostalgia for some of the stuff from back then. So
Agreed.
yeah, it's also funny to watch some of the special effects from back then on some of the videos. Like that is so cheesy now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really bad. Some of it's really bad.
Yeah.
But if you
Compared
look
to
at "Take on Me" by Aha, where they had the drawn and then they had the like real, that was lovely. Even to this day, those animations are beautiful.
Well, that's what people are doing on Instagram now. They have that app that can do that. But yeah, we were talking about that last week about the that video, and kind of when you first saw it, it was just like a big thing. Like, whoa, that's different. Yeah.
Like, oh, never seen it before.
I used to like the Peter Gabriel videos with what they called the Wiggle Girls, with he did the girls dancing on the sledgehammer and all that. Like,
here, I got it. I got this. Oh, I'm sorry, I need red lips, but otherwise, I got this. Yeah. That's about right. I just need a guitar. Like, I'm set.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Funny. Good old days from back then. You can make a state of art records on your laptop. Yeah, you can. Yeah. I've actually got a record player behind me over there. I got some old stuff I was going to listen to at some point that I can burn onto my computer. But yeah. I guess we should probably wrap up. It's like 12:38. So I got to work in the morning. I think Todd has to work in the morning. I don't know. You got to work in the morning, Mal? You got to work in the morning too? Or yeah.
I work in the afternoon
Oh,
because I work for breweries now. So I'm a
yeah.
little more laid back, I guess.
Well, whether it's you or Shannon, any women we're gonna hear seem to be sleeping in on Fridays. But,
I know.
But no, it's great to have you back again. And
It was lovely to be here. Thank you so much for inviting
you're
me onto
welcome.
your channel and just chatting. I just love it.
Yeah. Well, I love having you here. And JT said, I don't work. Actually, happy Friday. So, and so
Happy Friday, James.
next week will be the birthday. Actually, it'd be great if you do pop in because Mal's birthday is the 8th.
Yep.
Mine is the 9th. It'll
I'll be a little late, but I'll be here. I'll be a little late, but I'll be here.
We'll do a little celebration, bitches, like, you know, Dave Chappelle, Rick James. And, you know, like I said, maybe have people join that want to join and little relaxed kickback. Not officially a Toss One Back Thursday, but more just a celebration type little thing. And
open mic.
Talk about YouTube stuff and in case people want to ask questions, stuff like that, everything. And I'll try to come up with some of the stories and just share some of the stuff from over the years because there's been some interesting ones over the years. And I've seen some people come, some people go, some people that are still here, some people that are, you know, just the fun time of the whole beer community and all the different stuff that we've done. And
you're putting up with all of us newbies.
The views of where we're going to go this next year or so and everything. So, no, it's all good. And ever since this cheers, gang, tonight was fun. Definitely appreciate that, my friend. And a great weekend as well, Trez. And I need to do more live streams. It's just finding time to actually do them. So I talked about trying to, but I feel like on the weekends it's just tough because everybody's got stuff happening, all kind of things. And I'm like, you know, so it can be a little tough. I don't know. Maybe I'll pop something up there at some point. Thank you, Chu, as always, my friend. Next time, friends, always look back to
Don't
T-O.
say
I like
thank
that.
you to him. It encourages him to talk more.
We can make a hashtag TOBT. Toss One Back Thursday. I like that, JT. I like it. That being said, I know what I was going to share with you guys. Let me do this here.
Oh, is this the kid from the Man Show?
Let me see. Well, you're going to just ruin it for everybody, Mal.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Maybe they didn't know what it was going to be, but now Mal done told everybody.
I'm so happy. You made me happy. Does that count for nothing, Rod?
It counts for something. It counts for more if I can find the damn thing. Let me see here. I got to see if I have it still.
I haven't seen this.
You haven't seen? You've seen it.
I have. And I was asking if Mallory's seen it.
I saw it once, but I need to see it again.
Do you though? Yeah, you do.
I do. I totally do.
Here, come get your beer. Come on, who wants it? Hot day, cold beer. Hey, honey, want a beer? Interest you dolls in a cocktail? This one's on me. Maybe later I can get on you. Would you like an ice cold beer? Beer? It's ladies' night. Bitches drink free. You're gonna have to check your ID though. No, just kidding. You're old.
I don't know how you would be allowed to sell something alcoholic. You're not old enough. You're not 21.
Are you gonna buy something?
No, I'm not going to buy something, but I don't think that you're doing, I think you're doing something against the law. Okay? So I suggest you leave.
Okay, listen, Hitler, there's no German beer here, so move along.
What a smart-ass kid you are, boy.
You need to loosen up, have a beer. Hey, Toots, how about a beer?
No, thank you.
Your mouth says no, but your fat gut says yes. Hey, what's up, Julio? Want a cerveza? Hey, there's the happy couple. How about a beer?
Can I use my laundry dough?
You're obviously not using it for laundry.
I'll have to.
You should drink them both so your girlfriend looks better.
Would
Would you two young broads like a drink? Hey guys, should I pour you 3?
Yeah, that's all we need.
That'll,
25 cents?
yeah, each. I'm gonna need to see some ID though. You guys look like you barely have pubes. All right. Were you in the war, sir?
Yeah, probably in World War II.
Kill any crowds?
I don't think so. When I did, I don't know it.
You were so drunk you didn't know.
There you go, man.
Head for the mountains, literally.
So how's business going?
Good.
You just started?
No, I'm serious though. Head for the mountains. Get out of here. Can I rub a little lotion on you?
No, that's okay.
Come on, seriously. Let me grease up your boobs. Boobs.
Hey, I have 2 children that are your age. Come on.
Do they grease up your boobs?
Oh my God.
Can I rub some lotion on you?
No, I'm all covered up.
I won't just do your shoulders. I don't mind exploring. I use the lotion on myself a lot at home. Hey ladies, can I interest you in a free bikini wax? How about you two open up and let me get in there? Will you rub some lotion on my back? Do it slow. Let's make this party last a while. Just a little right there, I guess.
You're all cranked up.
Now let me do you.
No, I didn't think so. So I'm taking my shirt on.
Alright, I guess I wouldn't want to get my hand all hairy anyways. I want to practice mouth to mouth.
No, oh my God. Do that.
No?
No mouth to mouth. Because you know why?
Mouth to anything?
Nothing.
Come on, honey, I thought all the cold fish were in the ocean.
And with that, we will say good night, and we will catch y'all later.
Have a good weekend.
Everybody have a good Friday. Talk to you soon. We are out.
Happy Friday.